Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session this morning. It's a bright and beautiful Friday morning, very cold, but it's very bright here, so we are quite happy to be in a warm environment. Welcome to the AgriTech Innovation Challenge Pitch event. My name is Nekesa Wafula from the CGIR Accelerate for Impact platform, and I'm moderating this event together with Malvika Bansali from the Pangea Accelerator. We are absolutely thrilled to have you here today as we celebrate the incredible journey of innovation, collaboration, and impact that has brought us to this moment.
Thank you so much, Nekesa. This one is the grand finale of an inspiring long week of the AgriTech4Kenya Bootcamp, which was held in Limuru, like Nekesa said. Very cold, but we had 25 local and international agricultural innovation teams that came together to refine their solutions, gain valuable mentorship, and explore practical ways to tackle the most pressing agricultural challenges our country is facing.
The AgriTech4Kenya Innovation Challenge is a transformative initiative aimed at accelerating agri-tech solutions that address Kenya's including security, climate resilience, and sustainable practices. Powered by the CGIR Accelerate for Impact platform, and supported by a coalition of global and local partners, the challenge identifies mentors and propels early-stage innovators towards scaling impactful solutions. These are aligned to the Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. The challenge received over 300 qualified applications from innovators across Kenya and beyond, from which the top 25 teams were selected for a bootcamp that was held this week. It actually started on the 25th with a welcome dinner. The potential for transformative impact. The initiative is co-organized with the CGR Excellence in Agro Initiative, the Nature Positive, and incredible partners. We deeply are grateful to this coalition that provided tremendous support since the beginning. These partners include the Italian Ministry of Affairs and International Cooperation as our funder, and we have Pro-Enterprise Program Trust, Kenya this Kenya Innovation Week side event, Agricultural Sector Network ASNet, Daystar University, ITATU, MASO, Sustainable Agriculture Foundation Africa, formerly Syngenta Foundation, and CAL, which is the Kenya Agricultural Livestock and Research Organization, Pangea Accelerator. Together, we've created to elevate early-stage agri-tech innovations, connect entrepreneurs, agricultural science for future generations. Give our partner a big thank you.
Full agenda for the day is going to look like today. We're going to start off with some great insight, credible partners having change in this sector. We will start off with Dr. Wanjiru Kamau Rutenberg, Managing Director, Africa CGIA, Biodiversity International and CIAT, followed by Benza, Senior Manager in Partner and Communications, GIAR Alliance, Biodiversity International, and CIAT. We also have remarks from Senator Honorable Ledama Olikina, Senator of Narok, Dr. Tony Omwansa, CEO of the Kenya Innovation Agency, and Winston Ojenge, representing Professor Ogola, Executive Director of African Center of Technology Studies. After that, our innovators will pitch their groundbreaking innovations to all our esteemed panel and the audience. After that, we are going to have a small in between the two pitching segments, and we will conclude the day with remarks. So now, without further ado, our first speaker to further opening room, Dr. Wanjiru Kamau. The floor is yours. Thank you. Sure.
Good morning. There wasn't breakfast? Good morning. Aha, that's more like it. I'm so excited to be here. As mentioned, I am Jiro Kamau Rutenberg, and I am finishing week 2 on my. You have the dubious honor of being the first ever I have given a public address to as for Africa for the Alliance. So, for yourselves. So, it is an absolute pleasure to be here today at the AgriTech4Kenya Innovation Challenge pitch event. The CGIAR initiative on nature positive solutions for co-organizing the innovation challenge. The Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, who are putting their money where their mouths and beliefs are by funding this initiative. We have an amazing set of esteemed challenge partners. Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust, the Kenya Innovation Agency itself, AGRA, the Agricultural Sector Network, Daystar University in the house, ITATU, Mercy Corps, DOB Equity, Climate Resilient Africa Fund, and Sustainable Agriculture Foundation, on whose board I was really proud to have been sitting for the last couple of years as Syngenta Foundation. Carlo is here, and Pangea Accelerator. We thank you for your partnership. Government institutions, private sector actors, NGOs, and investors all working together to foster innovation and growth in Kenya's agricultural sector. Collaboration is truly the key to addressing the complexities of food systems and ensuring that solutions are sustainable, scalable, and inclusive. Say that 3 times fast. We need solutions that are sustainable and scalable and inclusive. Today, we're really here and privileged to witness the remarkable work of 25 early stage innovation teams. These teams are why we're here today. They represent the best of Kenya's agri-tech sector, tackling some of our nation's most pressing challenges with innovation and resilience. Not only are you the hope of this country, you are the hope for this continent, and we celebrate you. I'm excited to see the diverse range of solutions present here, from AI-powered livestock tools to sustainable waste technologies and climate-smart farming. These innovations demonstrate the transformative potential of technology and collaboration in addressing Kenya's agricultural challenges. The AgriTech4Kenya Innovation Challenge has proven that Kenya has a thriving ecosystem of agri-tech companies committed to creating impactful solutions that address issues such as food security, climate resilience, and sustainable farming. And now a little bit about the organization that I stand here representing. At the CGIAR's Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, we are deeply committed to advancing sustainable, inclusive agricultural innovation across Kenya and indeed across the continent. In Kenya, the Alliance carries out transformative initiatives on diverse thematic areas, ranging from promoting healthy diets, stronger livelihoods, climate-resilient agriculture, biodiversity, farmers' empowerment through digital technology, and implementing gender and social inclusion strategies for the sector. Our work in Kenya is transforming agriculture by empowering communities with climate-smart practices, safeguarding agrobiodiversity, and bridging gaps through digital inclusion. From enhancing food systems in Vihiga County to improving crop nutrition through initiatives like PABRA, we're driving meaningful progress towards food security and resilience in Kenya. Through partnerships and initiatives such as the AgriTech4Kenya Innovation Challenge, we aim to catalyze impactful change for Kenya's agricultural sector and beyond. Innovation, we know, doesn't happen in a vacuum. It thrives in ecosystems that foster creativity, collaboration, and purpose. Programs like the AgriTech4Kenya Innovation Challenge are transformative because they cultivate these ecosystems, empowering innovators to turn bold ideas into impactful, market-ready solutions that shape a better future and create local impact. They empower entrepreneurs, create opportunities for smallholder farmers, and drive sustainable growth in Kenya's agricultural sector. The ripple effects of these efforts extend to achieving Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. In closing, to the innovators, today is your day. We are here because of you and for you. You have the opportunity to present your ideas, your hard work, your vision to the esteemed panel and the audience that's here today. I wish you all the very best as you pitch your solutions and so showcase the power of agri-tech innovation. Thank you for your dedication, for your hard work. And for me personally, if I can go off the notes for just a hot minute, what is really exciting to me about today is we know that science on this continent needs to get off the shelves and into the hands of farmers and our communities. And for me, moments like this, projects like this, are a really important way of getting innovation from the minds of our brilliant African scientists and into societies, communities, and markets. And market systems are really important and valuable ways of scaling up and out innovations. So for me personally, that's why I'm excited that we as the Alliance at the heart of doing this, that Gianpiero and his team and all our partners have joined in this effort. So thank you all so much for having me. Thank you for allowing me to be part of your special day today. I'm so excited. Let's get on with this thing. Let's do it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Kamar Rutenberg, for those inspiring words. There's something you said, and I hope I captured it correctly. Solutions have to be sustainable, scalable, and Inclusive, correct. Make sure you go home with at least those 3 words today. Solutions have to be sustainable, scalable, and inclusive. Thank you so much once again. I would now like to call our next speaker. We have, just a second, we have Dr. Tony Amwaso in the room, the CEO of Kenya Innovation Agency. Dr. Tony, the floor is yours.
Good morning, friends. I'm familiar to a few of you. Yeah, some little few familiar faces. I just wanted to start by saying one day I worked at IITA. So that's, I am in the CGIR, I'm an alumni, so that feels very nice. I had the innovation agency and been spending some time to create this movement. One of them being the Kenya Innovation Week, which has gained quite some momentum over the last 3 or 4 years. And I have also been trying to promote as an institution, pulling together, we're now promoting a lot of the ecosystem kind of working, where we create platform for each other and synergize as much as possible. Not very easy at times, but again, you know, it needs the patience, it needs the longer term thinking, it needs a bit of consistency and so forth. And you may probably have heard a little bit about the master plan we put in place as some kind of a yardstick. And I'll surprise you a little bit. I've just had a little chat in the morning with another team, and I said, don't be surprised that in another 2 years, we overhaul that master plan. Then they go like, oh, but it was a 10-year plan. No, but then I say, you know, if you can achieve some things a lot faster, what you do is you do a midterm evaluation and then redesign it, you know. You may not change the fundamentals, but you know, you can add layers and layers to it. And you know, in this context, for me, the last 3 years, I'm just thought of giving context and then welcoming you all into this and just be sure, assure you that we'll continue to work together, we'll look for avenues to build this momentum together. In the innovation ecosystem, the challenge that I faced when we started is, what do we measure and how do we measure that we're making real progress? If you are building roads, which is an example I like to use, it you can, everybody will see the, you know, buildings, everybody will see, but the ecosystem has so many leaks for the effort that you may have put, and then you're like, okay, did we achieve? We worked with startups, but I'm not very sure I see them. Somebody said that, yeah, you've raised a lot of money as a country, but I can't see the jobs. They can't quite touch them, you know, that kind of thing. But thank God, because we have partners and stakeholders who see these issues and can relate with them and then can continue supporting that effort. I look forward to kind of like a very structured collaboration together with the innovation agency. So let's remove the innovation week and talk about the institutions, because in the context of the master plan, we're now looking for very specific partners to work on very specific components and initiatives. Now that we got this opportunity to elevate the innovation agency to the office of the president, I keep telling people, let's clap for that outcome. Let's clap for that outcome. It's all related to how hard it is to try and convince people along the way of why we need to do certain investments and certain steps and actions. Now it becomes a little easier because you can coordinate people a lot better, carry a little bit of influence and a little bit of authority, but just humbly guiding people in terms of where we should go. So with that, I can just say, great. This is the 26th summit since Monday. So I've been moving up and down, walking a few kilometers per day, you know, and just keeping the momentum going. And it's very exciting to see these kind of results. Consider the innovation agency as a very significant partner and very willing partner to these efforts. And thanks to see these great judges, some of them very familiar to me. And I look forward to continuously working together for the long haul. Thank you very much.
So we're going to shift things a little bit. Sometimes it's good to go off script. So I'm going to call upon Dr. Sorry. I think this mic is on, just kidding. So we are going to call upon Dr. Winston Onjege to just give us some, setting the scene of the day. And then we have one more guest who will be arriving, and then we can hear from ourselves. Thank you. Karibu.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Teresa. It's been nice interacting with you. My sense of protocol, I think, will be my killer. And I ask you to indulge me and observe all protocols. I've been wrestling with who to address now that this is a very diverse community. Then I thought it's easier to focus on addressing the innovators, because it's a community I'm more familiar with. I'll start with the bad news. And the bad news is that agriculture is the largest income earner in Africa. The statistics show that 30 to 40% of all African earning comes from agriculture. I think statistics says again that it employs about 65 to 75 to 70% of the people in Africa, the 1.4 billion. Yet 20% of that population still go hungry. So how come that so many people are involved in this industry and a whole 20% go hungry? I don't know the reason, but I suspect very highly that so many hands putting their efforts in agriculture and yields are still poor could be that our techniques are not right. And we probably may need to embrace smart agriculture or digital agriculture. The good news for me is that Africa sits at a good place. Why? Because it's the most youthful population in the world. Statistics again say about 29% are within 15 to 35 years. So that's very powerful. But why? In my opinion, it's because historically, all groundbreaking innovations have been done by the youth, people between 16 to around 30 years. This fact occurred to me not far back. When you think about historical inventors, Archimedes, you think about Isaac Newton, now we have Bill Gates. The pictures we see of them at the times when they became global, personalities. And that came maybe 10, 15 years after their groundbreaking inventions. So no one cared to catch their images when they just did the inventions. Yet, if you go carefully back to history, you find they must have been around 20, 22 years when those inventions. There's even more invisible fact, which I found the other day, that among the slave community in the United States, there were inventors. Their names are not as visible. I can tell you a few of them. There was Steve Blacksmith. Actually, it's just called Ned. Ned was a blacksmith and a slave, and he made the first cotton scraper for plowing fields. There was Henry Blair, who actually invented 2 models of seed planters, mechanized seed planting. There was Benjamin Banneker, who made the first striking clock in the United States. And these were all youth. So Africa has a very huge resource. And think about, and talent too, think about M-Pesa. Now, in my opinion, as I run to conclude, my few words to the innovators, which are very exciting ideas, but recall that the scaling part is where the danger is. You know, so many innovations come out and they're very exciting, but they don't scale. Why don't they scale? You look at an innovation like Jacaranda Health, which has scaled so beautifully, but it's one out of so many. You look at Plantix. Plantix is developed by a German company. It is a pest and disease diagnostic tool, which of course uses image and AI. And I've interacted with this kind of concept for the last 15 years. And yet you can see Plantix by a German company is now scaling so beautifully. It's actually been procured. It's been taken over by one of the big techs, and it's moved to India. So what do you think is stopping the local solutions from scaling? Again, I don't have the answer, but I suspect very highly that it could be that 70% of your success is going to come out by developing with the user community. User community innovators. You know, when you do problem definition, you must involve the users. Problems are usually, the exact problem is usually very different from what you see superficially. You must go deep into layers to identify exactly what it is. Then you will collect data accurately. Plantix succeeded because it collected extremely quality data. And data collection is very costly. So I've been involved in this space, and I know that in a project of X budget, about 0.5x is on data collection. If you can't spend 0.5x on data collection, and it has to be very intentional, you'll have to be very careful if you want to use secondary data, because it wasn't designed for your idea. It may be useful, but you have to be extremely careful. And maybe it might be safe you collect your own data. And trials with the same user community. There are many things, especially if it's an innovation that is going to deal with the farmer community. There are many factors that can kill you as an innovator. Some of them are beyond your control. For instance, you may decide that you want to do an advisory to the farmers, starting with seed variety. It enables them to select that. And you go, because GMO seed happens to be the buzzword, then, and probably it's the best performing at that point, and you advise on a GMO seed. And it's probably against certain thoughts at that level. And as you know, people are still suspicious of GMO. That alone can kill you and drive farmers away from your platform. You could advise on a particular pesticide, which is available on the market, but for farmer X, it doesn't work. Farmer X will never come back to your platform, and it's not your fault, because those are products which are beyond you. So when you develop and interact closely with the user community, some of these things will come out automatically, and you'll be able to avoid those hitches. I stopped by saying that sustainable, scalable, and inclusive is a very powerful theme. And I have a very strong feeling that if you can make your innovations scalable and you mind ethics of technology or ethics of AI, as I know most of you are using AI, you need to think about ethics of AI very strongly and find out how you can conform I'm waiting 1 year from now to see that over 50% of this have scaled excitedly and powerfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Winston Njege. I think one of the critical things that we need to note is that just looking at the stories that, or rather the case studies that have been presented, is that we must start somewhere and we must have, you know, like a background that will help us scale. So I'm going to call our next speaker, Elisha Meli. He's representing the Honorable Senator Ledama Olekina, the Senator of Narok. Karibu, Elisha.
Thank you. Guest of honors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Elisha Meli. I'm here to deliver a speech by Honorable Ledama Olekina, a minority whip in the Senate of Kenya, who is currently out of the country on official duties. It is a great honor to join you at this transformative event, the AgriTech4Kenya Bootcamp pitch event. Today we are at crossroads, linking invention and farming, which will define Kenya as a country of prosperity in the near future. Our nation depends on agriculture as it is a source of income for a majority of populations, as well as a source of food. However, this critical sector is exposed as never before to various risks such as climate change, market instability, and resource scarcity. The good news is, where there is a difficulties, there are always unusual and incredible opportunities. However, these problems have not gone unnoticed, especially with the assembling of great minds through the AgriTech4Kenya Innovation Challenge. What we are going to see today are not just ideas, they are pathways to a better future. This event is a clear example of the benefits of collaboration. Thanks to the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, CGIAR initiatives. Excellence is agronomy and nature-positive solutions. The Kenya Innovation Agency, Mercy Corps, AGRA, and the many organizations represented here today, we have built a community that fosters innovation, cooperations, and development. Your support is invaluable to our funding and implementing partners. Together, you have laid the foundation for a new era of agricultural transformation. When we consider the solution in sustainable production, supply chain management, gender inclusion, livestock health, equitable finance, and water sustainability, the future of Kenya innovation can be seen as a potential waiting to be unleashed. Today, as we address sustainable production, supply chain management, gender inclusion, livestock health, equitable finance, and water sustainability, we are reminded that challenges also present opportunities. This event, a testament to collaboration, showcases the power of bringing together minds from diverse fields. So let every one of you, innovators, policymakers, and investors, take this chance. It is my hope that and pray that the solutions unveiled today be scaled, supported, and put into practice to radically transform Kenya's agricultural future for future generations. It is important to note that innovation is not restricted to technology. It is all about people, the farmers who use new tools and technologies to enhance agricultural productivity, the policymakers who design policies that support innovations, and the investors who fund initiatives to grow solutions. Everyone here is equally valuable and contributes to shaping a sustainable and resilient agricultural sector. To the 25 innovation teams represented today, this is your moment. Please do not hold back on the ideas, for they might transform lives and Kenya's agricultural sector as a whole. Remember, innovation does not end here. The question you ask, the challenges you face, and the connections you make today are a journey towards refining your solutions and contributing to lasting change. This is how great ideas become transformative realities. Moving forward, let us strive for a shared vision of a future where agriculture thrives, where the farmers have the equipment they need, the markets are open, and leave a sustainable future for generations to come. I would like to thank the organizers for bringing us together and for their constant support and dedication to this noble cause. To all of you here, thank you for your continued efforts to impact and transform our country, Kenya, positively. Let us make the most of these incredible opportunities. Together we can transform challenges into solutions and dreams into reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alicia. And now I will welcome the team lead, who's really been very supportive in this whole event, and to ensure that it is actually reached where we are today. Gianpiero Menza, welcome to stage. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So I'm very happy to be here today, and good morning to you all. I'm Gianpiero Menza, and I'm part of the Global Partnership Unit at the Alliance of University International in SIET. It's one of CGIAR Center. And I work out of Rome, and I flew in last night, a busy schedule, but I really wanted to be here, and as all our boot camps that we are organizing in the different countries, it's important for me to connect and see firsthand, the innovations that we are supporting. Now, let me start by thanking all our innovators and teams that are joining this bootcamp. And seeing I've been behind, I know you all very well because I've been studying all your solutions. And I can't wait to see you on stage and also somehow measure the progress you made, in these 4 days, by integrating the learnings that you had an opportunity to gain in this bootcamp. Now, let me thank Dr. Winston. Let me thank also the CEO, Tommy Onsana, and our Managing Director, Wanjiru, and also the words from our Honorable Senator Ledamo Lekina. It's very important the support we are receiving, but I also want to thank all our partners that are here today that have been accompanying us since April, since the inception of this project, because it's important that we recall that this effort is basically starting in January 2024, where we kick off the activity and would then convene a very large consultation in Nairobi. And the reason why we wanted to have that consultation was to bring as many partners, as many representatives of Kenyan organization together to co-design this project, because it's one of the elements of this project. It's exactly the co-designing, the inclusiveness and the co-definition of the priorities that we wanted to address. So in that occasion, we had more than 100 institutions. We worked around the priorities. We developed nice reports, and then that's how it all started with the definition of the thematic areas that then led us to have solutions that are responding to a concrete context-specific challenge. So these are two elements of the inclusiveness and the co-designing and the collaboration with the Kenyan institutions and context-specific problems. So this is exactly a project co-developed with Kenyans for Kenya, and that's very important for us. Now, agricultural sector is a driving sector for most of the African countries. And we all know about the challenges, and we all know about the solutions that are out there. Okay, so there are a lot of solutions that unfortunately remain hidden somehow in this pre-commercial or conceptual phase. And as an organization, we are really trying to act as a market enabler, and help solutions like yours to emerge, and to become more visible and to be connected to market opportunities and other partners that can help them to succeed. So we know about the importance of scientific innovation and the importance to support innovators like you to translate promising solutions in market viable products. And it is, I know that it's a long journey because by the time, you have an idea, you test your hypothesis, you go from controlled testing, and then you move out, you do the controlled environment testing, and then you do validation with your beneficiaries. It's a long process. And when the professor was mentioning before, you need data, you need resources, you need the capabilities, that's not necessarily everything that you have available in your team. So for us, it's important that we help complement this type of support that you need and help you to emerge in this ecosystem. So this is your opportunity, and with the AgriTech4Kenya Innovation Challenge, we are offering you an opportunity to emerge and then to be selected as one of the 15 teams that will access the fully funded acceleration phase that will come after this bootcamp. Because as you know, the bootcamp is not the end of this project. It's just, let's say, a check-in moment to know you and to learn more about the solutions, to learn about your motivation and to see how important, how concrete your solution is for the Kenyan context. I don't want to add more at this point. I would like to leave space to you because you are the main actors today. So thank you again, and thank you again to all our partners and guests here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much, Jean-Pierre. And there is something you said which was very important. An innovation gains momentum, gains traction when it can reach the market, when it can reach the people who are facing the challenges in the agricultural sector. Thank you, everyone, for all your opening remarks. And I think we can jump into the main feature of our event today. However, before we jump into our pitching event, I want us to go through our game plan. So throughout the entire morning today, like I mentioned, you will be hearing from 25 inspiring teams, each of them having only 3 minutes to deliver their pitch, followed by 5 minutes by the selection committee. We will take 2 questions from the selection committee. I am now really excited to hear from them, and I hope you all are. Nakasa, are you excited?
Clear, I am.
Great. I think I'm also very anxious, but before we start, there are a few important people you should also meet. Let's introduce the selection committee, a group of highly esteemed experts who bring a wealth of experience across investment, agriculture, innovation, and sustainability. They have been instrumental throughout the bootcamp and will also be evaluating today's pitches.
Yeah, sure. Let's meet them. I think this is one interesting selection committee, and I think you'll get to understand why. So I'll just call their names and they'll just wave, then so that you get to know them. Sorry. So we have Anthony Mahira, investor, DOB Equity. Barry Lagego, digital agriculture specialist, World Bank. The World Bank. I forgot to add there. Bruno Tran, he's online, I don't know if he's able to, but he's a scaling expert at the TAT Clearinghouse Institute
morning
of
to all.
International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA. We have Dr. Caroline Ayua Mwaka, the Director of Research, Innovation, Commercialization, and Entrepreneurship, Daystar University. Emmanuel Macau, Senior Regional Technology and Data Manager, Masico Agrifin. Elizabeth Kamau, Senior Portfolio Associate, CGIAR Excellence in Agronomy Initiative. Festus Omolo, Innovation Manager at the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Frida Minor, Assistant Director, Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization.
Selected from who? From behind.
John Piero Menza, Senior Manager, Partnership and Innovation Finance, Alliance of Biodiversity International and CERT. Glory Kibiti, Digital Delivery Manager, Sustainable Agricultural Foundation Africa. Julius Gatune, Dr. Julius Gatune, Assistant Professor, Maastricht School of Management. Federico Bruni Roscio, I hope I pronounced it well. He's a program officer at the Italian Agency of Development Cooperation. Philomen Mossetti, program manager, Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust. And Dr. Tosin Somorin, researcher in circular economy, Waste Management International Water Institute. Thank you so much, and I'll hand it back to Malvika.
Thank you so much, Nakesa, and thank you so much, our selection committee members, for your support throughout this journey with us. Before we jump into the pitches, I would like to remind everyone in this room that the selection committee will assess the teams using the following criteria. Number one, the applicability to the Kenyan context. Number two, scientific relevance. Number three, the team. 4, sustainability and scalability. Number 5, environmental and social impact. And number 6, novelty and uniqueness. I hope we're all ready and excited for what's about to come now. And without further ado, I would like to invite our first team to the stage. So first up, we have Digi Livestock. Digi Livestock is represented by Benson Likota and Bernard Kipkogay, and they are securing livestock ownership and traceability through unique identification. Over to you, team, and all the best.
Good morning. As heard, I'm Benson, so I'm going to take you through this presentation. And the first, I know this is going to shock you that we are losing up to 15 million USD just because of cattle rustling in Kenya, which I think it's known all over. And then we have 142 million USD also being lost because of displacement of human life because of the ownership disputes that we're having. Lack of traceability to the animal products, actually a requirement for the EU market, locks us out from accessing the market outside Kenya, and therefore we are losing up to 247 million USD per year. Okay, now we've come up with a solution. This solution actually develops a unique identification number, which is then transferred and laser printed on a tag. This tag is then put on the ear of an animal. So, and then it's now tracked within the system as well. Now, the local market that we are actually looking at, we are looking at up to around 63 million livestock, actually more than that, because we are basing on the census of 2019. Our value proposition is that we buy back, we reimburse the farmer the value of the tag when they exit the system. The exit of the system means the animal is dead or it has been slaughtered. So we exited the system, we reimburse the farmer the value of that tag. The provision of unique identification for that tag also is another value for the farmer. One-stop shop for the farmer because of the information that will be there. The farmer will be able to move into the system and be able to make an informed decision, or maybe the breeds of animals that they need to buy, depending on what they want to do with the project. Now, is there any competition?
Yes, there is other experts in the market, there are other players in the market, but we have an added an upper hand advantage because our product cannot be replicable to another in any other way. We also have a wide scope of utility. Our business model, the revenue, we are going to get our revenue from the sale of tag and also from the transfer charges, and other revenue will come in once we have more data. Our break even is on 2,800 tags monthly, and from that we shall be able to scale the business high. Thank you.
So much, Digi Livestock, for your presentation. And now I will hand it over to the selection committee and our judging panel for today. If anyone has questions for the team, we have one question over here.
Okay, thank you so much. Just wanted to know, because when people are disputing ownership, it's not like I'm saying this is my cow, this is your cow. You just have stolen it. I can, rustling, people come, shoot you, take your cattle. Can I not just remove the tag and that's it, and you have lost it? So why should I care? Because the person, it's not about an argument, it's about somebody really, a criminal coming and taking my cow.
Thank you. You can respond to that now.
Okay, from the statistics that we had on the economic loss that we are incurring as a country as a result of cattle rustling, that's where this innovation is so important. Because when the livestock is stolen from the farmer himself or herself, these cattle, most of them end up in abattoirs, because if they are not ending up in abattoirs, we could be finding those carcasses in the forest areas or in dumped, whichever place they are dumped. But now we are speculating that it is ending up in the slaughterhouse. So this innovation will come in that for any livestock to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse, it should have a tag with it. So with that, we shall be able to at least reduce that loss by a good percentage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have another question from the judging panel? Okay, then thank you so much, Digi Livestock, for your presentation. And as a token of appreciation, I would now like to invite Nekesa to hand the team their diploma for successfully completing the bootcamp. Thank you so much, Digi Livestock. And now I would like to invite our second team to the stage from the organization VunaPay. Please request the team to return the clicker, please.
Oh, I found it here. Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Koya, and I'm from Brunei.
My name is Joldin.
So today, I want to highlight this critical problem that farmer faces: delayed payment. Most of these farmers deliver their produce to the cooperatives, but they still need to wait 6 to 12 months to get paid. This is why we created VunaPay. a digital platform that facilitates instant payment to smallholder farmers as they deliver their produce. And today, Geraldine is going to walk us through.
So what happens? The farmer will bring their produce to the cooperative. VunaPay is going to record their produce, and then it's going to calculate real time what is owed to the farmer. The farmer can then ask for instant payment through a financier by VunaPay, and the cooperative will pay the financier when the product has been sold. The opportunities are enormous. We have over 54,000 cooperatives in sub-Saharan Africa, with 500 to 10,000 farmers per cooperative, translating to 27 million small-scale farmers. Do we have competition? Yes. But we're able to bring them to use VunaPay because we offer instant payment, which is not a loan, with a flat fee. We also give them real-time data on cloud, and we offer seamless payment models that are available remotely.
And at VunaPay, we make money in two different ways. First of all, charging a transaction fee, a one-off, for instant payment. The second one, we also facilitate seasonal payment as well, and we also charge a transaction fee. So far since last year, we've onboarded 24,000 farmers and then another 120,000 waiting. We facilitated over $500,000 in payments, started generating revenue, as well as onboarded two key financial partners, KCB Bank and then Commodities Fund. Last but not least, we have a very diverse group of founders from agriculture, finance, and tech. But what unites us is a passion to empower these smallholder farmers. So today, I would like all of you to join us to harvest a better future. Thank you.
We have a Q&A session now. Any questions?
All right. Thank you so much. What language is your model of VunaPay picking up, owing to the fact that most farmers in Kenya either use their local language or Swahili?
Yes, thank you. So in each region, we actually operate in Kiambu, Meru, Kipkelian at the moment. Here, Kenya actually is from Meru. She speaks Kimeru. So all of our staff members are adapted with the local language. In terms of the language on our platform, we have the web platform, which is in English. All the cooperatives are trained with Kenya. And then the farmers could access payments through USSD, just a very simple navigation. So basically, in terms of the language, we have on-ground customer support, as well as the product is catered towards the literacy of the farmers.
Sorry, quick question. Is there a link between the cooperative system and your system in a way that if the farmer has, as an example, an input loan, but they've given the produce and they want deductions made or a payment from you, that the cooperative can actually get its money in advance? Or will your system just pay because they've delivered and the cooperative can deduct in future? Which option is there?
Yes, that's a very good question. So our platform is all in one. So we talked about keeping the delivery records, but we also do actually provide inventory management tool. Like you said, a lot of the cooperatives have credit sales. They will be able to record those credit sales on VunaPay as well. And what's key is that we are able to then calculate in real time what the farmer is owed and what the farmer is qualified for the advance payment.
Okay, thank you so much. I see there is another question, but I'm going to ask our timekeeper. Do we have room for one question? Okay.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, what's the bottleneck? You're already making progress. What would you consider to be the bottleneck for now?
As we said, we have 120,000 farmers waiting in different counties. And actually, we have onboarded another union that has another couple thousand farmers. So what our bottleneck right now is really to scale and then to allocate people like Kenya in these different counties so that we could onboard these farmers as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Team Wunape, once again. I will request Nakesa to hand over to them the token of appreciation and diploma for successfully completing the boot camp. Thank you so much once again, Team Wunape. And now we're up for our next team. Coming up next, we have Regrowth. Over to you, team.
I'm going to speak a little bit fast and energetic because I didn't have coffee, so I'm going to compensate for it. My name is Mika Lodintsov, and I'm a veterinarian, and we are Regrowth. And in vet school, they teach me very basic stuff, how to look at the animal, see if it's sick, if it eats, if it moves, if it's not well, to treat it. But now look at this big farm. Try to find the sick animal here. And in the small farm in the bush, it's even harder because it's not a full-time farmer. Here's where we come in. We are able to track individual animal using very simple and cheap IoTs and give the data directly to the farmer already elaborated. The system is composed of an IoT station that goes directly to the field, a LoRa-based communication, so no internet, no GSM, no cloud problems, and a very simple user software that the farmer can see directly. They're already running in 5 farms, and we had very good results. We reduced mortality, we reduced antibiotics, and because there is no dead animals and no loss, it's much more efficient farming. Our business model is very simple. It's the value to the farmer, so the farmer gets this added value. But in this week, I had the talk with traceability startups, carbon credit startups, everybody that works on the value chain. We are able to create this data automatically on site and give it to you. This is an example. You want to quantify impact, we give you directly the data. You don't need to do lab tests. You don't need to do evaluation, already given to you. The market is huge. Livestock in Africa. Sorry. Did you hear me so far? Ah. Okay, so I don't need to shout. The livestock market in Africa is huge. Like, it's one of the biggest growing markets. It invests a lot in innovation, and we're talking at the poultry sector, which is the smaller one, which is the easiest for us to work, but we're not limited to. In Kenya, only in Kenya, it's $40 million. The competition is very simple. Again, it's either a very simple solution that gives you basic data, but very cheap, or a very complex robot that gives you a lot of data and you can't use it in most of the environments. We are able, with our approach, to give you good data, reasonable price, and everywhere. How we grow? We are now in the pilot sales stage, so we're running different farms, and we want to grow it to get the validation from the farmer and get in industrial contracts to scale it even faster. Why industrial contracts? To get this type of data, feed and genetics producer will spend 6 months, 50K, and 3 universities to get the lab result. We are able to get it in 3 weeks with fraction of the price in a real environment. So they can refine what they're doing immediately for the farmers they're working with. So why we're here, raising the money to get to the next stage. The team is a very small but hardcore. We were working by ourselves, validation on the ground, scientific validation, fundraising. So we did it all, and we want to do it also here. If you want to see how it works, this is one of our experimental farms in Abruzzo, Italy, very remote area. If it works there, it works here. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Team Regrowth. And over to our judging committee. Any questions for them? I see 2, okay.
So thank you so much. So how does your AI algorithm able to how does your AI algorithm able to
Predict health.
predict the
So
health of
we
it?
take 5 basic data. The animal, if it goes, so if it walks, it lives, how many times it comes, how much time it spends at the feeder, how much it weighs, and what's the microenvironment. We then comprise it with the time, so how was it last week, 2 weeks ago, and the group. If everybody is growing and this was not growing, it's a problem. It's a very similar process that when you go to a doctor and he's been like, have you been eating? How's your appetite? It's the same process. We do this protocol, we cross the data, and it gives you different parameters for parasites, infectious disease, heat stress, all the parameters that can be influenced by this type of area. I can give you a direct diagnostic, so it's not a veterinarian on site, but I can give you what problem you have, so you can already work on it.
Thank you for the presentation. If you go back to the previous slide where you spoke about numbers, if I understand correctly, your target customer market previous for this is farmers, and then you have the data point around $400 above 100 units, which I think raises an affordability question in this market. For smallholder poultry farmers. How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, so the calculation are all done on our current prototype that is built as one of a kind, laser cuts, PCBs, 3D printed. In Europe, in very heavy focused on our research. So it's overbuilt and overpriced. If you're going to bring it to Kenya, I'm not going to bring laser cut aluminum tubes. I'm going to find local contractor, give them him the plan and say, can you build it in something that's useful here? Drops the price immediately. But because we work in what data we have and not hypothetical data, I felt that it will be more honest to show what is going on now with the material we have now.
Can I add?
Yeah, this is the engineer.
So basically, our technology is modular, so you can like take out the electronic brain and put it in other different casings. So this is why the cost you see, it's for that big machine we have at home, but you can adapt it to other environments also.
Thank you so much, Team Regrowth. And I would like to once again invite Nakesa to hand them their diplomas and congratulate them on completing the boot camp. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Team Regrowth. And up next, we have Dairy Sense. Over to you, team.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Itunya. I'm the co-founder of Dairy Sense. I'm going to take you through our presentation. Meet Mr. Njuguna, a local dairy farmer in Kenya who wakes up at 5 a.m. to milk his cows. For a long period of time, this has been a non-tradition for the beloved farmers we have in our country to milk their cows in the morning and get profit later. But unfortunately, on this specific day, Mr. Njuguna got a phone call from the SACCO telling him that his milk was not up to par and it was disposed. Mr. Njuguna was wondering what might be the issue. The issue was his cow had mastitis. Mastitis is an easily detectable and preventable disease, only if he could have known. So from this problem, this issue is just 20% from the total, which is 40% of milk which is wasted in Kenya. From this 20%, this is actually 290 million liters of milk which is wasted. So from our solution, How in this modern era can we solve this challenge?
Introducing data set, a hardware and a software solution. Once Mr. Njuguna makes his cow, he is able to take a sample and put it in our product. Our product is able to tell Mr. Njuguna whether the milk is good or bad. In addition to that, it has an AI model that can be able to detect and predict future coming diseases. Additionally, Mr. Njuguna is also able to access real-time data insights, whereby previously he used to get a phone call, but now he knows the results immediately. With daily cells, we're able to have cost efficiency, inclusivity, and overall an 80% accuracy.
Yes, we do have competition who is Digital Africa, but what makes us unique is that we are able to increase Mr. Njuguna's profit by 20% and also give him actionable insights on the data which he is receiving. On our business model, we are pricing the commodity at 15,000 Kenya shillings, and there will be a monthly subscription plan of 400, where Mr. Njuguna will be able to get livestock feeds feedback and also an optimization schedule for his cattle. We are asking for 500,000 Kenya shillings, where 50% will be used for device production, 20% for research and development, 20% for AI enhancement. Our team has diverse skill set which collaborates effectively for the betterment of our project. In 2025, we are planning to pilot launch the program, seek partnerships, and make 500 sales. Together, let's come and secure Mr. Njuguna's livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Dairy Sense. And over to our judging panel. Do we have any questions for the team?
Okay. Hello, just wanted to, you are selling, the farmer already has produced the milk, so you're already in loss. So to me, to know the fact that the cow had a mastitis, does it help me really? Would it not be better to at least help me so that I don't get bad milk in the first place, rather than to know my milk is bad, because that help me?
Yes, so I'll take on that. Once the farmer tests the milk, our AI model, its main function is to predict. So if maybe the farmer could be able to realize that the cow was having a growing condition of mastitis, this could happen like the incubation period of mastitis is like 14 days. So if the farmer could be able to have something to tell him earlier, he can be able to employ early intervention measures so that he can be able to call the vet and he could be able to sell more milk.
To add on that, the model actually, it detects and predicts before actually the milk spoils. So the milk won't go bad, first of all, because we have already prevented the milk from going bad. Yeah.
Okay, the cost. Have you done some market research to find out whether it's the farmer is willing to pay that for the device itself and the monthly cost? Do you think it's viable? Is it something that the farmer is willing to pay? Are they able to pay?
So in our traction on the last slide, we have our main goals for 2025, whereby some of the things that we want to do is also partner with local cooperatives. If the farmer can be able to get incentives so that they can be able to subsidize the cost of the product.
So thank you for the presentation. On the same part of the cost, have you been able to check what does that translate in terms of liters of milk, considering the detection is coming after they've milked? So is there any increase in milk, and what does it cost translate in terms of liters of milk for the farmer?
Okay, thank you. So if a cow has mastitis, the overall milk production will now go down by between 20 to 50%. So if, let's say, the farmer is producing 10 liters today, it will go to 5. So after employing a preventive measures, the milk quality will go from 5 liters to 15 liters. So an overall increase of about 10 liters.
Maybe just to add some more statistic, 2023 report from Kenya Dairy Board shows that 290 million liters of milk is normally wasted due to disease contamination. So out of this is the 25 to 40%, but mastitis accounts for 20%. So that is like around in the 290 million, that's like around 100 million liters of milk. So if we can be able to save these 100 million liters of milk, we are able to increase the milk production.
Okay. Thank you so much, Team Dairy Sense, and I will request Nakasa to hand over your diplomas to you. And congratulations on completing the boot camp. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much once again, Team Dairy Sense. And next up, we have Enhanced Rock Weathering Flux. Over to you, team.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Benjamin. I'm a senior scientist at Flux, and I'm here today with Susan, our community engagement project lead. Climate change is a reality. It is being felt by people all over the globe right now as we speak. Take Doreen, for example, a smallholder farmer out in Kisumu County. She lost a large part of her maize crop to the flooding that happened earlier this year. And we at Flux have been asking ourselves, how can we empower farmers like Doreen who are victims of climate change and enable them to instead become part of the solution while also preserving their own livelihoods? And the answer is surprisingly simple: rock dust. Doreen was one of 56 farmers who participated in the first ever enhanced rock weathering trials that took place in Africa. We conducted these together with the UNCCD. What is enhanced rock weathering? Enhanced rock weathering is a method of carbon dioxide removal that relies on speeding up a natural process, the weathering of rocks. So we take suitable rock types, grind these to a fine powder, and spread it on cropland soils. The large surface area of the powder enables a quick reaction with rainwater in a way that transforms atmospheric CO2 into stable forms which remain in solution or in solid forms, and eventually are transported by rivers and streams to the ocean, where they remain captured for thousands of years. At the same time, and in addition to capturing carbon, the rock powder also increases soil pH and nutrient concentrations. How do we monetize all of this? We conduct measurements and collect data along the entire process chain, which then enables us to generate certified high-quality carbon removal credits, which sell currently at prices above $350. But back to our field trials. So I think this picture really speaks for itself, but the data behind it is potentially even more convincing. We have seen average yield increases above 40% during our trials, so truly transformative results. And the best part is all of this comes at zero cost to the farmer. It is entirely financed through the sale of carbon credits, and some of our customers up until now include large corporates such as Alphabet and Shopify. So we have proven the concept, we have proven the business case, now it's time for us to scale. We have set ourselves some ambitious targets, but we are confident that we have the right team with the right skill set to reach these targets and make them a reality. Thank you all very much. And apologies if you didn't hear too much at the start. I was holding the mic incorrectly.
No, you were good. Thank you so much, Team Flux. Any questions from the judging panel? And just to notify the audience member, we also have an online judge, so we will be giving them a few seconds as well in case they have any questions. But over to the panel over here. I see.
Thank you very much. Looking at the technology, I'm just going to ask, where is your, given different environments, your input, which is the rock dust? Is that available everywhere in Kenya? Secondly, in terms of different types of soils, would the solution work in all of that context?
Yeah, very good question. Regarding the feedstock sources, so where we are getting the rock powder, we are in a very fortunate position here in Kenya, and in fact, all throughout the East African Rift Valley, because we have abundant volcanic rocks with the exact right composition that we need for this methodology. So rocks that are rich in calcium and magnesium silicates, these have the highest potential for carbon sequestration and also come with the most co-benefits in the sense of agronomic effects. For your second question, we do see different effects depending on what sort of soil we are applying the rock powder to. So you see obviously the strongest agronomic effects on soils that are most depleted and most poor in nutrients. So when we're thinking about Kenya, or specifically Western Kenya, the regions around Kakamega, or when you're looking a bit further to the south around Kisii, there we have very deeply weathered soils over ancient rocks. And on these soils, we can expect very, very strong results in terms of agronomy and also fast weathering rates, meaning fast carbon removal.
Thank you, Team Flux. We have another question from the panel.
Yeah, thank you both. Two questions. Interesting technology. So the first question is on economics. Sort of what's the capex requirement here? I guess more relevantly, what's your cost sort of carbon a ton of since you're generating revenue from carbon credits? And then the second would be, are there ecological considerations? Should this be adopted at scale? Then what happens to, I guess, the millions of tons of rocks? So what happens to the environment once that's ground to powder?
Again, two very good questions. Regarding the first one, so the cost structure, I think you were asking specifically about the capex. That very much depends on the exact context in which you are employing this method, this technology. So where there are existing quarries, for example, producing crushed rock for use in construction, which have the correct composition, we are able to use byproducts. So quarry fines, they are called. This is a rock powder, which is essentially a waste product for most quarrying operations when we can source these. This obviously reduces the need for capex because we don't need to build our own production or processing facilities, and we can rely on existing material. In that case, our capital expenditure is limited to the transport and spreading of the material and the soil sampling and analysis that we have to perform in order to validate the carbon credits. When we are working in a context where such infrastructure does not exist, there is a more significant capex component, which then involves the creation of processing capacity. But even then, we can oftentimes use existing facilities, for example, cooperate with existing quarrying operations or other construction material processors. So generally a rather low capex solution, especially when you compare it to other CDR technologies, such as direct air capture, where you need huge plants with very sophisticated technology. The second question, sorry, do we have one still?
Just a few seconds.
Very quick. Okay, environmental impacts, very important to consider. We do conduct environmental impact assessments and we analyze all the products, the rock powder that we use for its environmental safety in terms of composition, and also looking, of course, at the issue of dust emissions, which we can minimize through appropriate application techniques, but happy to chat about that more afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Team Flux. We actually have one more question from our judging panel online.
Yes.
And the question is, Flux mentioned corporate customers. What did they purchase?
Okay, so the corporate customers that we have mentioned, have signed so-called pre-purchase agreements with us, meaning that they have bought carbon credits, which we will be generating over a project lifetime of around 5 years. So the rock takes a while to weather, but obviously you need upfront capital to deploy it, to put it out there. And that's why currently this pre-purchase model is a rather attractive one, especially for us as project developers.
Thank you. I want to ask our timekeeper, do we have one more question? Okay, very little time, 30 seconds maximum.
Okay, thank you, Team Flax. Just to ask on around the question around scalability, do you have any evidence of how you can scale this technology?
Yeah, the scalability or the evidence of scalability lies in the fact that we use exclusively existing technologies. We are not reinventing the wheel anywhere. We are using existing processing equipment, existing farm equipment for the spreading, and the analytical methods that we use for the quantification of carbon removals are there already. Scalability is not an option. This is not a problem since we are relying on existing infrastructure and technology.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Team Flux. And Nikesa, I will hand it over to you to give them their certificate, the diploma for completing the bootcamp successfully. Congratulations. Thank you, and congratulations once again, Team Flux. Next up, we have on-demand good agricultural practices, Sprout. Over to you, team.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, here we have the scientists who have been blamed of doing a lot of research and really no impact that is happening. Because our farmers are actually suffering because of the climate change. And on the other side, we are scientists, we are really doing a lot of work and having all this information in the shelves. When you ask us, we refer you to go and read my paper. My colleague has worked on this. So we have to be very intentional, and that is now we are coming up with a model on how to be very intentional in terms of really disseminating the information that we generate and also trying to track what is the impact of the work that we are doing, because in the end, everybody would ask, I'm investing money in this research. What is the impact of that research? So we need to we're coming up with a model where we can actually disseminate this information and then track what the impact of the research that we are doing. So to do this, what we have, first we have to go back to our shelves and bring down those information. We have to look for the demand partners, and the demand partner, we have to look for really those established partners who need this information. They have farmers around, or they have group of a farmer-facing organization that need this information to be disseminated to them. Once we have identified this, we need to develop a framework for really trying to monitor, evaluate what we are doing, learn from what is happening, and assess the impact. So we have identified the CG centers as the owners of this information. We have identified our partner as the Sprout platform, which is very elaborate in terms of working with the farmers. And we are developing now a framework on doing the monitoring and the evaluation. So kind of a target that is there. We have like 3.6 million farmers in Kenya. And all these farmers are working with different farmer-facing organizations to support them. So there's a huge market and demand for the product that we are giving. Our value proposition is everything we do is research-based and evidence-based. We have very many stop-get stages where we evaluate each and every process before it is delivered, in terms of also looking at a human-centered design on how to work that. Yes, competition, there is internet. A lot of information, you Google, you get all information about good agronomic practices. Are they relevant? Are they contact specific to what you need? Maybe not. So we are offering something that is better. In terms of the business model, it is really difficult and really challenging for scientists actually to commercialize some of the things, but we are seeing we generate this information through the funding from donors. We also work with strategic partners for the co-funding of this innovation and information. We give the farmers free access. We're looking at the opportunity where we can now scale this with private sector. So we have a good team of We are just representative from the research organization, but we have a good team also from a Sprout team that we're working together. So it's more of a teamwork, and a big team is involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, On-Demand Good Agricultural Practices Sprout team. I will hand it over to our judging committee and ask if they have any questions for you. I see we have one over here.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there an option for, I mean, I'm thinking about the institutional linkages. So you have some information, maybe another university or others have also information on the shelves. So what is the opportunity for using that platform as well?
Yeah, I think it's that's great, because we are working together as a team, and when you look at the way the CG centers are working, we work close collaboration with the agricultural institutions from different countries where we are working. So there's always that opportunity to work together, and even most of this research that we are doing is actually a collaborative effort between the different research institutions.
Thank you. But I still don't understand, how will you sustain this effort over time? You know, how do you manage, what's the business model behind and sustain all this, also the data, the quality of data behind?
Yeah, I think in the case of sustainability, and for it to be sustainable, first the quality of what is coming, because we get money from the people who are benefiting from these products are actually farmers. And with these farmers, all these technologies are looking at the farmers. So when farmers are making those profits, then those cooperatives are also making the money in terms of the processes that they are doing. But for us as an research institute, what we really need to showcase is there evidence for the impact of the investment that is being done from research to come up with the solutions for us.
All right. So let's say that you have deployed this solution to one, your beneficiaries, the farmers you are working with. And then for you, it's a research project, right? But you need to continuously find resources to sustain the research project, correct? In order to ensure that the solution can be provided to the farmers. What if your research project doesn't get resources anymore? What's going to happen? The farmers will stay without this innovation that you've developed? How do you make this model sustainable?
Yeah, I think in the end, once you have developed, and when you look at the business model that I was talking, the last part is now to try and pitch these products, whatever has been developed now, to the private sector who can actually commercialize them.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Sprout. We have one more question from our judge online. And the judge says, you seem to understand research as well, but I got less of a strong feeling about the adequation of your solution to farmers. Can you talk about that part of your HCD approach?
Okay, so the HCD approach is trying to understand the farmer that you are going to disseminate this information to, because even the tools that we are using, and I'll get into the details of the information that we are sending to the Sprout platform to be disseminated with the farmers. First, we conduct what we call the HCD survey, with the HCD survey, where we go and meet these farmers. We know their status, the need, and these farmers are being profiled because they have different social, economical background and status. So once these farmers have been profiled, then the information that is being sent to them is curated in a way that they can easily access. Because if we go to a community where farmers don't have a smartphone, then you don't send the information in that way. Then you can actually have the information in terms of pictures or some pictorials that can be easily downloaded from the platform, printed, and taken to the farmers. So the HCD is just to understand the farmers before we send the information to them.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Sprout. I will invite Nakesa to hand over your diplomas to you for successfully completing the bootcamp. Congratulations. Thank you, Team Sprout, once again. And next up on stage, we have Ikuza Biogel Fertilizer, Anzibu. Over to you, team.
Thank you. So like many Kenyans, we grew up relying heavily on my grandmother's farm for everyday food. So you can imagine my shock seeing her lining up for relief food back in 2022. Turns out 70% of Kenyans are in danger of chronic starvation. The main culprit remains climate change, but at the same time, some practices such as eucalyptus farming and the overuse of chemical fertilizers is making the situation worse. It's killing their soils and draining significant groundwater. However, we have a solution. We can easily replace the eucalyptus with bamboo farming and use the biomass from bamboo to make a special kind of product. And that's what we did. So this is a hydrogel. What a hydrogel does, it acts like a tiny sponge that can expand up to 500 times its size by holding water and fertilizer and releasing it slowly to the roots of the plant, thereby increasing their yields, soil recovery, and most importantly, reducing their input costs by up to 40%. So far, we've transitioned 30 farmers in Nyeri County, and we've been able to disseminate 6,000 seedlings of bamboo and raise $10,000 in grant funding.
Our target market starts with 5,000 farmers in central Kenya, which gives us the opportunity of 450K. As we scale up to 20% market of the Kenyan market, our SAM increases to 30.2 million. With 10% of East African expansion, then our potential source up to 198 million. Our business model relies on farmer cooperatives and green initiatives like our partners. We're not alone in this game. We have competition, but our winning points are two. One, it's biodegradable. Two, it's locally manufactured. We project to break even at year 4 with an annual growth of 30%. Currently, we have managed to get proof of concept, and by 2025, we plan to reach 1,500 farmers, and we plan to increase this number to 100K by the year 2028. Our ask is 75K to grow our customers to 5,000 and increase our revenue to 450K. Our team includes myself, Fasika Legese, and my co-founder.
My name is Joe Kamau.
And within all of us, we have over 60 years experience in chemistry, product, finance, and sales. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Anzibu. And over to our judging panel for today. Any questions for the team?
Thank you. I wanted you to expand on the sustainability model of this. So I understand you're growing bamboo, but I understand you're also producing the product from bamboo. How do you go about that? Yeah, I think that's.
When we said the problem was eucalyptus, the main reason they're doing it is not the farmer doesn't know it's harming its soil, but it brings in money. And the Kenyan market doesn't have a sustainable business model for bamboo to identify it as a cash crop so that it will initiate the farmers. So we needed to prove that bamboo also has value and also can do more than just furniture and the usual applications.
Also, because we are transitioning farmers, and there are very many farmers who've gone into eucalyptus farming, we are in a way securing our supply chain. And you know bamboo, the more you harvest it, the more it grows sustainably. So this will not only have an effect of rejuvenating their lands, but it also has the potential to increase their income streams.
All right. Thank you so much. My question is, farmers in Central Africa don't have huge farms to even plant the bamboo itself. When you provide seedlings, what is the solution? And I don't know how long bamboo takes to sprout and be used at that point of time. What is the alternative solution for them? Because that piece of land has other activities that needs to be taken care of. Yet you want them to also cut out a piece and do the bamboo. Do you produce bamboo for yourselves, for them, or they have to grow it by themselves? And what is the solution alternative for the piece of land they will use for that bamboo?
That's a very good question. We're not asking them to make it as their main crop. They're already doing eucalyptus on the sides of the rivers as a buffer for their cash crops, for the main crops that they're making. So we're just replacing that eucalyptus with bamboo. We won't ask them to change the maize and the main crops.
Assumption that every farmer has that particular eucalyptus land situation in their farm.
Well, it's not, we're not assuming that every farmer has that. From the research that we've done, out of a sample of 50 farmers in Nyeri, 100% had eucalyptus farming, eucalyptus trees in their farms. And the reason is simple, because the government has been pushing the agroforestry initiative, whereby the farmers are growing the crops, the usual crops alongside trees. But at the same time, the type of trees that they've been using is eucalyptus, because at the end of, okay, the seedling is number one cheap. Then after 5 years, they're getting it as timber. Within 2 years, we can easily harvest the bamboo. And at least with our model, there's no, knock-on effect on the land, since the roots of the bamboo don't go as wide as eucalyptus, as well as the biomass from bamboo is not causing allelopathic effects to other crops. So we're not trying to change what they're normally used to in terms of food crops, but we're trying to change the mentality that eucalyptus is the only way that they can earn fast from trees. Yeah.
Thank you, Team Anzibu. We have one question from our judge online. Can you talk about the market study you must have done? I think you briefly touched, but if you could say more about it.
So we're looking at agriculture, of course, as an entry point, because we have seen that there's huge uptake of drip irrigation as a means to solve the water stress issue. But unfortunately, for farmers like my grandmother, for them to afford a drip line, and it's just for like an eighth piece of land, doesn't really make any economic sense. So we looked for a solution that can actually work for farmers that just use surface draining as an irrigation method. And that way they can secure their supply, they can secure their incomes through increased yields.
Thank you. We have one more question, but I'm going to ask our timekeeper, do we have space for it? He says very, very short, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm still struggling a bit with the business model, because is it about bamboo, helping farmers to have a new cash crop called bamboo, which they can do this, or is it about the gel? And who makes the product? Because I would imagine if the product is what you want, why can't you just have somebody plant bamboo, get the product, and sell the product? I'm wondering, what is the business?
Why don't we take off from somebody the bamboo and then manufacture it for us? That's a very good question. There's not enough bamboo farms currently. So based on our research we did with Kefri and Imbar, they needed an initiative that would plant bamboo as a cash crop. So we partnered up with that. Our business model is, that's the sustainability model of it, that we plant our own bamboos and we secure the supply chain. But the business model is that we still have to make something out of it. So we're making our first entry point is that fertilizer biogel.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Anzibu, and I will invite Nakesa to hand over the diploma to them for successfully completing the bootcamp. Congratulations, team. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you, Nakesa, and thank you, team. Up next, we have X Taka. Over to you, team.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dennis Muguta. I'm the founder of Xtaka. The problem Kenyan farmers are facing today is the degradation of their soil. And this is mostly being contributed by the usage of chemical fertilizers. However, we are also seeing a rise in demand of sustainable fertilizers. And the sad part of it is the manufacturers can only manage to produce 10,000 tons of organic fertilizers, while we have a demand of at least 20,000 tons per year. So we are looking at a gap of more than 75%. Now, the biggest contributor to this is as a result of lack of quality, sustainable raw materials to manufacture these fertilizers. Our solution is a technology called hydrothermal carbonization technology, or in a short form, HTC. Picture it as a giant pressure cooker that you can convert a ton of waste into 250 to 400 kilograms of carbon-rich material called hydrochar. Hydrochar is an amazing soil conditioner due to properties such as water and nutrient retention. It also has a very stable carbon, therefore making it suitable material for carbon sequencing. Our market, we are looking at the organic fertilizer market in Kenya, currently valued at $7 million. However, we just want to start with a few manufacturers with a market value of $200,000. Our business model is B2B to these manufacturers, selling it at 35 shillings per kilo, and our profit margin will be at 25%. We started this year in April, but we are still at the refinement of the MVP. But in 1 year, we are looking forward to be producing at least 2 tons of hydrochar per day. In our competitor analysis, we are looking at producers of biochar, but what makes us stand out is a technology whereby it's more efficient and low operating cost. Therefore, our product quality is good, quantities is sufficient, and also it's affordable. We have a diverse team of researchers, as well as waste management, and also product development. Our ask is $30,000, whereby 20% is going to refine the MVP, as well as conduct the piloting. 50% can help us acquire at least 1 reactor, 15% in operation, and 15% in branding and acquiring customers. Thank you very much. Join hands as we provide more quality fertilizers to our farmers. Asanteni.
Thank you, Team Xtaka, and I am now going to open the floor to our judges.
Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. And I like that you started in April. So my questions will be just to help you think steps ahead. The first question is regarding the soil types that we have in Kenya. So I'm trying to look at the relevance of the Kenya market. The hydrochar should be able to be a good fertilizer for our soil types, but we are not very sure of our soil types as a country, and this can be improved, and soil testing and mapping is being done. So have you considered that the hydrochar may not necessarily work for the soil? And how would you go about navigating that? And then my second question is on plastics. I like the pressure cooker, which means it can cook anything. What are the chances that people don't throw in plastics that you will make into the hydrochar? And how do you navigate around that as well?
Okay, so good question. About the soil type, it all depends with the carbon content that the soil has. So this is one of the data that we'll be looking forward to acquire. And this is mostly through the partnership with different organizations. And about the plastic, actually it's very interesting because it can also work with plastics. However, it's not purely plastics. You have to mix with organic waste. So the organic waste has to take the bigger chunk. And this is to help in breaking down the polymers of the plastics to more stable carbon.
Okay. What's the expected yield per acre for your fertilizer?
For now, I can give you the application rate, which you're looking for to be around 300 kilograms of the hydrochar per acre. For the expected yield, this is one of the reasons why we didn't want to push towards the piloting, so that we can get that information moving forward. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Team Xtaka. And now I will request Nakesa to hand over your diplomas to you for successfully completing the bootcamp. Congratulations, team.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, team. And up next, we have Sunriders So Precise. Over to you, team. Let's give them a round of applause as they're coming on.
Good morning. My name is Linda Kamau. I'm the co-founder and CEO for So Precise Africa, where we focus on climate-smart agricultural practices, especially in arid areas in Kenya. And that's where we had the pleasure of meeting Monene. He's a sunflower farmer based in Gashorere, Mbere South. And despite his efforts, he's still not able to meet the market demand for vegetable oilseeds. Monene is not alone. We have about 10 million farmers in the arid region who struggle from unreliable rainfall, limited access to affordable irrigation, hence very low production of vegetable oilseeds that leads the country into spending about 600 million US dollars importing needed vegetable oils. We propose to facilitate for farmers like Monene year-round production of vegetable oilseeds by providing last mile water delivery from water source to the farm. When you look at our country, we still have rivers flowing across the region. The National Irrigation Board is building 1,000 dams across the country, and there is dire need to have a solution for Monene because temperature is expected to increase, rain will reduce, and he will be getting about 80 consecutive days of lack of rain. And that's how we came up with Sunrider. Sunrider is a solar-powered irrigation system specifically designed for low-income farmers, where we expect Monene to pay a small service fee to access irrigation services. It uses solar, and it is 40% cheaper than diesel pumps. What sets Sunrider apart is that we don't expect low-income farmers like Monene to purchase expensive solar-powered irrigation equipment. We expect him to pay a small service fee to have irrigation services. And because Sunrider moves from farm to farm, Monene and his neighbors are able to use the same unit. We are targeting farmers who are low income, earning at least 400 shillings a day and in the Kenyan market. Our business model is quite simple. Monene makes a request for irrigation. Then we do a site survey to see suitability. We sign a year contract and provide irrigation services. We make money by charging him an irrigation fee. We also aggregate the seeds that they now produce due to the double cropping, and we also charge training with our partners. So far, in the coming 18 months, we plan to irrigate 1,000 acres, charging 1,500 shillings, expecting a revenue of 30 million Kenya shillings. We have tested and validated Sunrider. We have order supply for vegetable oilseeds. We have customers looking forward to using Sunriders. We've raised pre-seed capital and we have MOUs to work with 2,500 farmers in the near future. And we have competition in this space, but what sets us apart is our ownership-free irrigation model. We have an amazing team, over 10 years experience in the agricultural sector. I serve as the CEO. We have Pius in operations, Julia in finance, and Frida in strategy. With the implementation of Sunrider, we are going to see increase in income, increase in vegetable seeds production, CO2 mitigation, and other impacts. Thank you for your time and attention, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, team. I will open it up. Okay, we see you have a question already.
Oh, Team Sunriser, looks like you already have investors. Why are you here?
We are here because if you look at the capex, one unit is costing about 2 million Kenya shillings. And so far, even with the pre-seed capital that we've raised, we are only going to serve about 200 farmers. Yet we have a very big market for what we are offering and a huge demand that we currently cannot meet even with the pre-seed funding that we've raised.
What's your ask?
We are looking to raise 85,800 euros to co-finance the current pre-seed capital that we have raised, because there is a co-finance element to it that we haven't yet raised.
Thank you. We have a question from, I hope you can hear me well though. Great. We have a question from our Judge Online team. How large an area can your system irrigate? And on average, how many farmers would be able to share one piece of equipment?
Yeah. The current unit that we have is able to operate for 8 hours in a day and irrigating an average of 3,000 acres in a year. And that will generate an income of about 4.5 million Kenya shillings. And we are looking to improve upon that.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the judging committee? Okay, we have one here.
Thank you. I was just going to ask about how do you, because solar systems over time, they lose their efficiency. And have you considered that in your business models? And how do you have any buyback scheme for you to ensure that your product is sustainable?
Yeah. And sustainable disposal is one of our differentiators. What we plan to do currently, as like solar panels have a lifetime of about 20 years or 10 years. The current agreement that we have is we have startups actively reusing, recycling this equipment, and we have agreements with them on that and even on our battery compartments. Yeah, for sustainable disposal of our parts.
Thank you, team. I know we have one more question. My timekeeper, are we allowed? Okay, he says very short again.
Thank you. Okay, so you've given the return, I mean, the expected income for your side, but that will be dependent on the farmer's income as well, hence the returning clients. Have you checked are you able to tell the returns the farmers are expected to get based on what you're charging per season?
Yes. At this instance, a farmer growing sunflower like Monene harvests 700 kilos per acre. But with Sunrider, they're able to now do double cropping, then doubling the amount of seeds that he is irrigating. And not only about the revenue that he's making, because he is using solar and moving away from diesel, it's also, his cost of production is also going down by 40%. Because right now, using a diesel pump is costing a farmer 2,500 to purchase the diesel and also other maintenance costs. But with Sunrider is a flat rate charge.
Great. Thank you so much once again, team So Precise. I will invite Nakesa to hand over your diplomas to you for finishing the boot camp successfully, and congratulations to you. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Great. Up next, we have Apitrace, the Source Plus company. Over to you, team.
Good morning. I am the Program Director of the Source Plus, an organization that works closely with small-scale farmers in East Africa to source sustainably produced honey and ensure transparency across the value chain. Climate risks disrupt the practice of 1.6 million African beekeepers, leading to challenges cascading into honey contamination, the most adulterated food globally. The changing environmental conditions alter floral patterns, affecting how bees gather food and exposing them to contaminants. And this triggers a domino effect: product rejection, reduced market access, and beekeepers' livelihoods are threatened. So our solution works to bridge the gap between climate risks and market acceptance through a traceability and parametric insurance system. It is driven by blockchain, GIS, machine learning, and allows for offline use. It provides insights to counter contamination risks and provides the tracking of honey, pinpointing harvest details, as well as a comprehensive screening and certifications for stakeholders. Now, this transparent approach not only boosts consumer confidence, but also allows for better market access for the beekeeper. Our revenue so far, we've been able to generate revenue since 2022 through bootstrapping with the sale of 35 tons of honey, a sale of $151,000, as well as the onboarding of over 7,000 farmers. Our future plan is to also increase our customer base into other countries of East Africa, as well as introduce another product line, honey powder, that will serve to increase our market reach. The global honey market stands at $50 billion. Our current focus is East Africa's growing 430 million market. And the reason for this is Africa's imports just has a fraction of 0.15% of the global honey market. Our revenue model is a B2B2C with generation of revenue from the sale of honey at $10 per kg and a traceability fee of $0.87 per kilogram to importers as well as other regulatory bodies. We do have competition, yes. They mostly focus on Hive IoT sensors, focusing on traditional traceability. And we stand out because of our end-to-end traceability system with contamination risk management. Now, this, integrated with parametric insurance, has it standing out as one of Africa's first ever system. I hope you know that without bees, humanity ceases to exist, will be gone. So with our contamination risk management, we are looking at the preservation of bee populations and diversity. To do all this, we have a multidisciplinary team with experience of over 60 years. And we are not only empowering small-scale farmers, but also cultivating honey and ensuring a healthier ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. Over to our judging panel. Questions for the team? Oh, no questions. Okay, any questions from our online panel? I don't think so as well. Oh, we have a, can we say audience? Nate has. Okay, we have a question in the corner. Oh, no? Okay, no question. All right, then. Gonna give the selection committee another 20 seconds, maybe? Okay, we have a question.
What's the cost of the device that you're using and the infrastructure?
So it's inbuilt. Personally, I'm the blockchain expert.
Yeah,
I hope I'm audible enough now. Okay, thank you. So yeah, basically we do outsource. Probably I'm one of the co-founders. Also we have Andrew, and I'm in blockchain technology. So and bootstrapping because I started the technology by building by myself. So so one of the other aspects would say maybe it's probably on the infrastructure. We'll use the cloud services of around 5,000 USD annual charges Azure platform to use.
Okay, and what is the cost to the farmer?
No cost to the farmer, it's all put at the consumer.
Okay.
The 0.87 dollars or cents is actually pushed to the consumer that they incur when they purchase honey, of course, which is divided to the traceability and also the insurance premiums. Okay, that insures the farmer.
Okay, we have a question from our online judge. Do you physically test the honey quality at any point?
Yes, it goes to the lab. We have our own lab that we built, and of course, we're expanding it right now currently, that we do the testing of the pesticide at the farm household level, which you have advised. It's a rapid testing system that we've also developed, patented it, and now that also enables the functionality of traceability easier.
Hey, I think we had one more hand up here. Yes.
So, as a consumer, because obviously this is very important for me to know, because I can pay a premium if I can know this is quality and it's good. So how do I, as a consumer, get convinced and trust so that I can? What mechanism do you have for the consumer?
So there's a code and there's also a database. It's a blockchain which you can be able to access and is immutable within the system. So even as part of the packaging of the honey, on the other side, you have a small area code which you can scan, and it can give you a validation code which you can reference online.
Hey. Great. Thank you so much, Team Apitres and Nekesa. Over to you once again for giving them the diploma for successfully completing the bootcamp. Congratulations, team. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you and congratulations once again. Up next, we have the team from Blink Earth. Over to you, team.
Good morning, everyone. More than $470 million is lost due to climate adverse effects in Kenya alone, and that's annually. And if of the 7.5 million farmers in Kenya, 8 out of 10 actually they experience this problem. And if you put it into perspective, farmer can lose between 20 to 50% of their production. Now, the problem is climate change risks. And then also being able to insure those risks is also expensive, let alone inaccessible to many farmers because the microinsurance penetration rate is below 3%. We came up with a very simple solution. How about we create a carbon credit-backed microinsurance for farmers? To date, we've launched a pilot. We are working with more than 700 farmers operating cumulatively close to 5,000 hectares. And we are planning to expand to 1 million hectares by 2027. Good morning again. My name is Ignacio Tratsinze, being the co-founder of Blink Earth and CEO. And together with my teammates, Brenda and our trailblazer CTO, Regis, we have a combined experience of about 25 years of experience in financial product distribution, environmental science, and also developing tech products in global companies like CMS and OJAM. Now, you might be wondering how it works. Basically, a farmer provides us with key information about the land, about themselves. What we do, we establish a baseline emissions. And then once we establish the potential carbon credit sequestration, we help the farmer to secure an insurance based on that projection. And this is our friendly user platform, which helps us to communicate with the farmer related on climate smart agriculture practices. And this is where we identify different data points, such as soil moisture, soil organic content, and everything that helps us to come up with the projection. So basically, if we help you demystify the carbon credits, usually a typical 1 hectare of coffee can absorb 5 to 7 tons of CTO. Which is usually sold at $20.97 as of 2023. And you can expect a coffee to absorb up to 6 to 8 carbon credits. So while we restore soil health and we help the farmer to regain their smile, we also take care of our investors because we make $3.6 per hectare per year, and we make an additional 20% commission after the carbon credit sale. So we are targeting smallholder farmers and farmers in cooperatives. We are looking at a total available market in Kenya of $600 million annually. So we have some alternative product out there. Things like agroforestry and South Pole basically conducting mega projects. So we are raising $100,000 if you're an investor and you have a check today. We brought our pen and we are looking at different network to be able to access farmer insurance and data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Blinkert. Judging panel, over to you. Any questions for the team? We have one over there.
No, thank you for that. Maybe a few more words on the specific business model, as I'm trying to understand how you'll incentivize adoption if the coffee, if there's already a lot of, I think the example you used was coffee. There's already a lot of coffee cultivated across East Africa. That's, I guess, as you said, providing a good baseline of carbon sequestration. So what's I think I'm just trying to understand what's the innovation that you're trying to get adopted by those farmers?
All right. Naturally, any plant has a photosynthesis process, right? So that means the problem is if a typical farmer cannot quantify that photosynthesis to be able to justify that he's generating carbon credit and let alone accessing a carbon market. So what we're helping the farmer is helping them to quantify the carbon sequestration and then be able to help them sell it or leverage it for an insurance product.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from the, we have one online. Just a second. Meanwhile, any other panelist has a question for the team on stage? Okay, so the panel online is asking, what is a sustainable improvement at farm level? Please give us a few, yeah.
All right. Basically, to be able to sequester carbon, that means being able to, first of all, planting, which any farmer is doing, and then be able to practice some tillage techniques. There is a no-to-low tillage, and there is an element of combining agroforestry with crops. And then also there is an element of reducing the business as usual emission, such as probably pinpointing and being a little bit accurate on mixing in organic and organic fertilizers. And then if you look at the pesticide as well. So once we are communicating with the farmer after our monitoring, a continuous monitoring process, which involves collecting remote sensing data and also soil sampling, we detect the soil health. Once we detect the soil health, it indicates what are they doing. Is it a problem of a lot of water? That means there is a lack of some solid water irrigation system, or maybe there is a lot of, let's say, nitrous oxide in the soil, which means they use a particular fertilizer way too much. So once we get that, we communicate to the farmer how to improve on each and every aspect. So we monitor closely 8 elements of the soil. So for us to come up with a soil restoration guideline to the farmer.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the panel? None. Okay. Oh, we have one more.
And so just to get a sense of your growth or your intended ambitions, the 100K raise, how many farmers or what acreage, what does that get you?
It gets us to 10,000 hectares. So usually the land ownership differs. For instance, in my country, Rwanda, it's 0.2 hectare per farmer. But in Kenya, it's a little bit 1.2 hectare per farmer. So what we are looking at, the North Star metric is actually the number of hectares that we cover. So it might be a cooperative of 1,000 people operating collectively, maybe thousands of hectares. So the 100,000 will help us, first of all, because the real big job is into the monitoring. So how do we effectively collect data from the satellites and then combine it with the physical soil sampling and then be able to cross-references to come up with a sound recommendation to the farmer so that it increase the sequestration rate at the end of the year. So once we establish that in 100,000 and also combining with the existing data sets that are already there, that's what actually the 55% of the 100K that will go into getting that in order. And other than that, it's going to go into creating a sound product that reflects to what a farmer can access. Is it a USSD? Is it like physical interactions? There are a couple of strategies to go about. But the 100,000 will help us reach 10,000 hectares.
Okay, thank you. Timekeeper, do we have space to squeeze in one more question? He says, a short one again.
Thank you for the presentation. So I've heard you mention about coffee farmers, but what does that mean for other farmers? Because they are equally exposed to these climate risks.
All right, coffee was an example to paint a picture, but we can do actually like nuts, the nuts product, macadamia and everything. Actually, they produce premium carbon credits because they stay longer. Coffee is just an example because I know it's a big item here in Kenya, but we also do tea, we also do rice, we also do avocado, apple, you name them. So we can do a lot of crops.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Blink Earth. And I'm going to invite Nakesa to hand over your diplomas to you for completing the boot camp. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Great. You know, we're very close to our last team for this segment. This has been so interesting and amazing to watch all these innovations, the impact they are creating. The next team we have could not join us physically, but they have decided to pitch for us virtually, and we have a video from them. They are called AgWise, a digital hub for dissemination of GAP content. So let's give a minute for their pitch to come up on screen, and we can watch their video.
Hello, my name is Ule Tabarra, representing the AgWise team. The challenge that we want to address is low productivity, limited sustainability. Hello, my name is Ule Tabarra, representing the AgWise team. The challenge that we want to address is low productivity, limited sustainability, and food insecurity in smallholder farmer in Africa in general. In the case of Kenya, for example, maize yield gap can reach as high as 60%. And this is primarily attributed to soil fertility management, variety choice, and climate risks. And in particular, there is around 7 million smallholder farmers in Kenya affected by this challenge. Our solution, AgWise, is a decision support framework to build agronomic recommendation, primarily so for smallholder farmers and farmer-faced stakeholders like NGO and service provider. It's based on articulated demand that's coming from demand partner. It gives site-specific tailored fertilizer advice, planting date, climate information and climate forecast, and other good agronomic practices. So we combine the experience from CGIAR national scientists with a huge data set and advanced analytics, and co-validated, piloted with demand and scaling partners. And then once that is validated and piloted, we will use a multitude of channels to reach smallholder farmers. In Ethiopia, AgWise was able to increase wheat productivity by 38% using large number of samples. So in the case of Rwanda potato, we developed site and spatial targeted fertilizer recommendation that increases yield by 20%. So in the case of Kenya for maize, based on the target set by Carlos, 30% increase in yield, we were able to, AgWise was able to, recommend site-specific fertilizer recommendation, NPK and CAN for these counties. These are our value proposition, have a scalable solution, accessible by a large number of farmers, go beyond yield, including profitability, and have a solution localized and contextualized solutions. Our comparative advantage, as mentioned before, we cover large crops, large geography, we have organized community of practice, and then the solution developed is based on the standard open science, and then we reach farmers with a diversity of delivery mechanisms. We want to cover large number of crops, multiple countries in a few years. And then in the case of Kenya, we wanted to cover for maize, maize growing areas, and also go beyond maize. Our business model, depending on the demand and the partners, it could go through, grant and investment, other kind of partnership, pay per use, and kind of subscription. All this will help us to expand our service. Our call is more partnership, collaboration, resource funding to expand our agronomy solution at scale. Thank you very much.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, AgWise team. The AgWise team is actually available online. So if you have any questions for them, you can raise it.
Hello, my name is Ula Tabarra, representing the AgWise team.
There they are. Any questions for the AgWise team? We have one over here.
Thank you. Okay. I was just going to ask, maybe I need clarity on the product itself. I understand that you're making fertilizer recommendation, but what is the business model in this case?
Do you want to reflect on this?
Hello. 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 So the business model is like it's a multiplicity of business models. There is more than one business model. Why? Because in the middle of it, as the CG, we do research and then develop agronomic recommendations. After we do that, we then disseminate our recommendations via a multiplicity of demand partners, which could be governments, private sectors, and NGOs, who then disseminate it to various farmers using their different platforms, their workflows. So those different farmers, some pay for it, some get grants from governments to pay for it, some have donors to pay for those. Some governments actually give those recommendations to the farmers for free. So each demand partner, at the end of the day, they have a unique way in which they then recoup their costs for that. But then as for the CG, who do the actual research, we mostly get donor funding, which then finances us to gather the data, do the analytics, pay salaries for the different staff that does that work. So after the donor funding is covered for that, we then subcontract or discuss with demand partners who then take up those solutions and give them to the farmers. But the demand partner then have their own modalities of doing that depending on their status. The government, they've got unlimited resources, so they do it for free. Other private sectors, they charge a little bit of money for the farmers to get it. Other NGOs, they do it for free as well, since they've got donor funding. So for us as the CG, the more disseminations we put out there, the more outreach we have, the more impact we make. We'll also be talking to our donors as well to say, add more money. And in doing so, we get more resources to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you, team. We have one more question for you. And the question is, how much work in the back office to customize or ensure accurate customization by automated systems to cover a new commodity in a new location?
So thank you very much. This is a very important question. So we have, large number of scientists, data scientists, agronomists to look into the data sets. So once we have enough amount of data for a particular geography, we will deploy our data analytics teams to customize for the new geography. So we we have already established a workflow going from the data set to the solution to generate, and also a team across all the CGIAR centers to validate, to test in a short time before we make it available for all demand partner and service providers. So it's not, the process is like staff time. The process is about validating the data. The process is about validating on the ground. So yeah, it takes a lot of time and team.
And also to add one or two comments on that as well. So moving from one country to one country, I think it can be difficult and also obviously cost consuming. So we are trying to develop some tools which can, example, classify or environments which solutions from one country can be used in another country. For example, let's say we develop a solution in Rwanda. We then say, okay, the solution was developed in these agricultural conditions, high rainfall, poor soils, and so like that. And then we look for a similar agricultural condition or environment in Kenya, and then try those recommendations there. So we are currently in the middle of finalizing a tool that can look for similarity of environments, such that each time we don't have to do the analytics again. We simply have to look for a location that's similar to the one that they have worked before, and then simply validate it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, AgWise team. And since the AgWise team could not be here, we are going to hand over your diploma to Timothy. I would kindly request you to accept the diploma on behalf of the AgWise team, please. Thank you. And let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of our first segment of pitches. I hope you had a great time listening to these innovations, the impact they are creating, and everything they had to share with us today. I would hand it over to Nakesa just to make a quick logistical announcement before we break for tea.
So I know when we started, we did not have our badges. In this conference, we need to have our badges. So they've just been printed and they're at the back. Currently, there are some who've already received because there's a team that is issuing to most of you. But for those who have not received, please just remain seated. We will organize in a way that will not cause crowding at the end. And all your badges, you'll receive all your badges. Then we'll direct you to where the tea break is taking place. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, okay, sorry. I forgot that. We are starting at 11:30 sharp. And I'll be the last one to leave from there.
You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Love it when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Hello? Hello?
Congratulations.
Good morning once again. I hope you enjoyed your tea. I think this is the last time you might be seeing me harassing you. But I think it's all for the good. So we are just about to begin our second segment. I'm sure you've been excited by the first segment. So we are looking forward to having this second segment. And I'm going to hand over the mic to Malvika just to run us through the second segment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nakesa. And I hope you're all excited for the second segment. Did the tea or coffee help? Can I hear an answer from the room? Did the tea or coffee help? Great. Welcome back, everyone, to the second segment. We have some great lineup again for the second segment with various innovators and their impact and their solution. So without further ado, let's call up our first company from the second segment, Bromicure. Over to you, team.
Good morning. We'll be talking to you about Bromicure, and it is an important formulation, and livestock production, 80% of it is affected or reduced by multiple diseases. And the annual losses is about 6 million in Africa. In Kenya, we are talking about 500 million. And this is mainly due to ineffective drugs. So we are here to provide a solution for this, and this solution is Bromicure. Bromicure is extracted from pineapple waste. That means it's eco-friendly. It is broad spectrum, able to hit 3 commonly diseases in livestock, and it can be used in a variety of livestock. And the other benefit is that it improves the nutrient accessibility. Now, the market for bromelain is very big in Kenya and in Africa. Globally, we are talking about 5 billion, growing at a rate of 8% annually. And more specifically at home here in Kenya, 85% of the farmers deworm every 3 months. And that is a value of 40 million US dollars. And the impact of this formulation is that it's going to improve productivity. That means the farmer will have more milk, more meat, more eggs, and he'll have enough to sell. He will have even enough for his household. The product, because it's broad spectrum, it's going also to be good because it's going to reduce his cost of managing the 3 diseases. And our business model is that The farmer will require it every 3 months. And the retail price is Kenya shillings 30 for goats and sheep, and as low as 0.35 for chicken per dose. The margin, the profit margin is 30%. We have been funded by various donors throughout this period, and we have been able to validate this drug in 3 countries: DRC, Tanzania, Kenya. We have done that in goats, in chicken. We have done market needs survey, looking at various stakeholders. We have patented the product, and we have registered it as a trademark. The team is a very able team led by Dr. Kagira, who is a veterinarian, paleontologist, and myself, biochemistry and pharmacology. We have consultant entrepreneur to help us in the business. And we are also working with the pharmaceutical company, VetCare Limited. Now, the investors, we are asking for funds for mass production and marketing. We also looking for partners to help us in the manufacturing, we should be contract or license manufacturing. And thank you very much as you consider this.
Great. Thank you so much, Team Bromicure. And over to our judging panel. Any questions for the team? Okay, we have one over here.
Thank you. One question that comes to mind when it comes to antibiotics is antimicrobial resistance. I don't know, have you done any trials on that since this is patented?
Thank you very much. We have been working on this product for the last, I think, 7 years. And by 2018, we were able to patent the product. So the product is patented with Kipo. We have also even gotten the trademark also secured with Kipo again. So it is well patented. And that's why at least we are hoping to be able to secure partners because already somehow there is that security. We have also engaged the Veterinary Medicine Directorate. And actually right now we have been able to upload all our documents with their site. What is remaining is only the GMP practice, which we are hoping to get from our contract manufacturer. Thank you.
Okay, I will go back a bit. So in your earlier presentation, you mentioned that one of the major problems is that there's ineffective use of the drug over time. I'm asking for Promicure as well. Have you checked, antimicrobial resistance can reduce its effectiveness? Have you checked that?
Yes, we have been able to check that. Actually, we have even done a lot of publication in that area. The beauty with this product, because we have extracted it from pineapples, and this is bromelain, and it is hitting the bacteria, the helminth, and the coccidia at different levels of their their metabolic pathways. So we have tried to check on in terms of the ability of these microbes to develop resistance, and so far we have not been able to, because you see the problem with these other competing drugs like Lefamisol, Arbedasol, and the rest, they are quite mono and they target one area. So if this bacteria is able to escape that route, it's able to kind of fight this drug. But for ours, it's hitting it at different levels, which makes it very, very powerful drug. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Bromicure. We have one more question from our online judge. And the question is, would you consider integrating a business experienced person in your team instead of just a consulting resource?
This is Bromicure, and I think that we would really want to have that in our team. Funds is what has been limiting us. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Yes, we have one over there, please.
Yeah, so congratulations on what looks very innovative. But I think to come back to your point around how this is better or this is differentiated from the competing drugs on the market. That sounded like a very nuanced or technical explanation you gave. And so how are you thinking about explaining that? Because I think that will be important if this is going to get adoption in the market.
Thank you very much. And I think it is one area which we need to address. I'm a veterinarian. And if you are a farmer and you are trying to address all those conditions, we normally have 3 drugs. So the farmer will be able to buy drug A, drug B, drug C to treat all those 3 diseases. But here we have one bullet which can be able to hit these 3 diseases. So that is a plus because in terms of it's a bit cheaper and also it is easier even to administer rather than some which you have to inject. The ours, we are using it oral and it's able to hit a variety of diseases. So we believe actually, if you look at the world market, when you talk about those, it is very rare to have a product which is able to hit at least 2 or 3 diseases, but this one is able to do it at the same time. Actually, I was checking the market, like the latest entry to the market, which I think came from New Zealand and Australia, came about, I think, a month ago. But still, they are combining the conventional product. Ours, we say it's eco-friendly, it's herbal, but it's able now to handle 3 diseases at minimum at the same time. And also, it's able to increase what the farm, because the complaints from the farmers have been the growth rate, the productivity, and all that. And that is what also, because it's also improving the digestibility or the kind of the feed which we are giving to this animal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Timekeeper, can we take in one more question? Small one, again, small one. I will request the team, let's keep our answers also very short, please.
Yeah, mine is very quick. Have you, you talk of the efficient success rate. So who tested that and how was it satisfied? Is it yourselves or is it somebody independent? How has it been tested and verified that it can work?
We have tested it ourselves in our labs using the standard procedures that are approved. And as we go to registration, of course, they are going to test it in the veterinary board. So at registration, they will pre-test that, but we have used the approved protocols for testing.
Great. Thank you so much, Team Bromicure. I would invite Nekesa to hand over your diplomas for successfully completing the boot camp. Congratulations, team. Let's give them a round of applause. Great. Next up, we have Team Ubuntu Agrobiotics. The floor is all yours.
There is no soil that is too good not to need microorganisms. Soil is a living system, and without these microorganisms, we are prone to 2 scenarios. We shall either produce with inputs at a very high cost or produce without inputs, but with declining crop yields. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Tamale, and my colleague Lincoln Nawasize, we are Ubuntu Agrobiotics. There is a 40% decline in crop yields experienced across Kenya, and this is attributed to the declining soil productivity and the adverse impacts of climate change. The solutions available are the organic and the inorganic inputs. Whereas the inorganic inputs are effective, less than 20% of the smallholder farmers can afford these inputs. Moreover, 100% of these inorganic inputs are harmful to both human and soil health. The organic inputs have a low efficiency of about 10 to 15%. That is where Ubuntu Agrobiotics comes in. We're introducing BioBlend, a chemical-free microbial solution, which by adding up to 4 trillion microorganisms to the soil system is helping smallholder farmers double their cereal and crop and vegetable yields at a cheaper cost, enabling them save up to $23 US
of the production cost per season. We are very much aware about our competition, but our advantage is in the affordability and the long-lasting impact of our solution. From the total addressable market of 14.6 billion US dollars across the African market, we can realistically reach 0.5 million US dollars by 2029. We are reaching our farmers directly through our local salesmen and our retail outlets, but also through agro-input dealer shops and farmer cooperatives. We are making money by selling BioBlend to agro-input dealer shops and smallholder farmers. Here is our big win. With our product, we have attracted 7 partners, 3 grants totaling up to 66,000 US dollars, and generated 3,000 US dollars in revenue from 180 smallholder farmers. We project to generate up to 160,000 US dollars in profit by 2029. We have a strong, diverse team with 47 years of experience, cumulative experience in soil science, natural resource management, finance, and business development. Here are the partners, and our ask is 100,000 US dollars to produce and certify the product for scaling to Kenya, do the production, marketing, and further human resource. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Team Umuntu Agrobiotics. Over to our judging panel. Any questions for the team? We have one in the corner over there.
Do you encourage your farmers to do soil testing?
Absolutely.
So if this has so far worked for you, what do you see as your challenge in scaling up apart from financing? Like if I remove financing off the table, what are your challenges in scaling up?
Yeah, firstly, adoption. There is a much fear because we are introducing an 1881 ancient solution that has a potential because of our vision to make it better for such a market. So it being a new and not an understood solution, we expect a low adoption, but with our team and the strategic partnerships we have established already in Kenya, Sacco Innovation, we expect an improved scaling up.
Okay. We have one more question from our judge online. And the question is, what studies were made to prove efficacy?
Thank you so much. We have been able to do lab tests and also on the field for the last 2 seasons with 190 farmers in Uganda, and it all passed. So yeah, we know our product is going to work for Kenya as well. Thank you.
Additionally, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries has done an independence testing on our product, which is awaiting certification. We gave them our claim from the lab testing and from demonstration in field, and then they are working on it to give us already the final feedback. But the partial feedback we've gotten already is what informed the figures we are reporting here.
Okay. Thank you, Team Umuntu. I think we have time for one more question, if there is any. Okay, great. Over to you, Nakasa, once again. Let's hand over the diploma to them for completing the boot camp, and let's give them a big round of applause, audience. Please, thank you. Thank you once again, Team Umuntu, and I hope you are ready for the next one because we have Johnny AI coming on stage next. The floor is yours. Let's give them a round of applause as they're going up.
So, hello everyone. Good morning. My name is Reggie Okogo.
So my startup is Johnny AI. So what is common between a farmer in Kiambu, a florist in Amsterdam, and a tea drinker in London? Well, it's quite simple. They're all made in Kenya. Africa exports more than 15 billion annually to the EU. However, nearly 60% of the food chain cannot be traced. The current traceability system is paper-based, error-prone, and full of inefficiency. And why now? Starting in 2025, the new EU-DR policy will come into place, meaning if you're exporting to the EU, you have to meet the following demands: deforestation-free, legally produced, and have a due diligence assessment. If we do not meet this compliance, we are going to lose our market share. And Kenya produces $5 billion annually from exports to Southeast Asia and South America. So our solution is quite simple. It's a digital traceability platform to help exporters meet and comply with EU regulations. Here's a test. You can see our product is actually live. So we have a farmer management system using a unique identification system. Like you trace it back, that coffee, that tea, you trace it back to the farmer in Kiambu or Limuru. And we also have a product inventory management software to help the aggregators in aggregation and batching. So what is our unique value proposition? We help create digital traceable products. We help the exporters. Meet EU regulations. And 3, we help them retain and expand their market share. So our users are exporters, food processors, and farmer cooperatives. So some of the value chains we're focusing is tea, coffee, horticulture, and fruits. Our market potential, we are looking at 150,000 registered exporters in East Africa, giving us a sum of 100 million. So we have competitors, Cultivar and TraceX, though they're not established in the East African market. Our business model is quite simple. It's B2B, a revenue, subscription-based revenue generation model. And our financial focus, our magic number is 1,000 users, generating an annual recurring revenue of $1.2 million dollars. And our traction so far, our platform is live. We have traced 10 tons of cashew nuts in Tanzania. We're operating in both countries. He's Tanzanian. We have onboarded 4 exporters who are dealing with 1,000 farmers with our UIS, Unique Identification System. So my name is Reggie Akoko. I'm Kenyan. I'm based in Boston.
My name is Bryson, and I'm based in Tanzania.
And we have our Cynthia Kishuki, KPMG consultant, who's our CFO and COO. So thank you so much. Join our journey.
Wow. Thank you, Team Johnny AI. A quick round of applause for them and over to our judging panel. Any questions for the team? We have one over there. Over to you.
I'm good.
I have 2 questions kind of linked. Very innovative, very required in the current market, especially as we start January with the coffee tracing that is now mandatory. So I'd want to see how you surpass the UEDR policies and go around it. Why will the farmers really be encouraged to join the platform? But you said your model is also B2B, so you need the cooperatives and not necessarily the farmer. But in the end, we know at the bottom line, the farmer needs to get into that cooperative. So how do you see, or how do you envision encouraging the farmers to agree to join the different businesses so that they work with you? And then do you offer market access so that this cooperative then has access to the external market? Or are you just offering the software for traceability?
Thank you for that. To start with the second question, we are only tech. We're a tech enabler. We don't promise market access because we don't deal directly with farmers. We're just the tech provider. And going back to the first question, thank you for that. Going back to HCD that was said earlier, we're looking at the 3 A's, access, affordability, and adoption. And we know farmers, where it's now access and adoption, they don't have the devices because ideally, they need to be traceability starts in the farm, right? But we are looking at exporters because the relationship in software engineering, we call it 1:many. So one exporter is like dealing, our cashew nut farmer is dealing with like 100 farmers. And the good thing about export markets, it's constant. For you to even export as a farmer, you need to be vetted, you need to be compliant. So these are farmers who know. So getting them on board will be easy because with the caveat is that if you don't meet the export, you lose your income. So I feel like it's a non-negotiable. It's a non-negotiable because this is the European market we're dealing with. We didn't set the policies. So that's a good thing. The why now, that's the why now we're having right now. So we are dealing with exporters because of the 1:many and cooperatives, and also food processors such as sugarcane and cereal millers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for Team Nanex?
Thank you. Just wondering, because it's European Union that will have to accept that this product has been properly traced, do you need to do anything to convince them that your platform actually gives the right information and it's reliable in the sense that it gives them a correct picture? How do you do that?
Thank you for that. Let me just go back to the project. Let's go to the farmer. So one of the key, we are not a compliance body. We're just a tech provider. We provide them the tech for data collection. Because one key thing, people call farmers last mile. They're not last mile, they're first mile. The coffee I showed you is from Kiambu, not the other way around. So we help them in data collection and management. We don't do compliance. So that's our partner. Like from the data you've collected, we call them the key data elements. We have your inputs you used. Let me just go to the next slide. Input you use, fertilizer, we're focusing on 3 inputs, fertilizer and pesticide, and also sustainable land use. Because remember, the EUDR it's called deforestation free. So we need to actually have a SLM, sustainable land management, that deforestation did not take place in your farm for expansion or something like that. So we're just providing the tech for data collection. And from there, bodies like GAP or certification bodies can now verify that information. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we have one more question from our judge online. And the question is, have you studied the level of gain from moving from paper-based tracking to your system?
Yeah, that's a very nice question. So from what we gathered from the 4 users that we onboarded in Tanzania is that they have managed to allocate their staff to other tasks in their business. So for example, if they are taking, let's say, 5 to 6 hours tracing, let's say 500 to 800 kg of tea or coffee, now they're taking, let's say, merely 30 minutes, 45 minutes. So they've been able to allocate them to other tasks of the business.
Thank you. Any more questions for the team?
Okay, this is just a clarification. Is this a traceability solution for the EU market, also for the local market? Are you thinking about the local market?
Okay, so there now it goes back to the 3 A's and incentive. There's no incentive. Like you said, adoption. You'll take to the farmers, and if they're selling in the local market, I'm sorry to say, they're like, why do I need to trace? Because they're losing revenue. So, but we hope to have spontaneous effect, catalytic effect, so that if this works well in the export market, we can copy it in the local market. But in the local market, we're looking at food processors, like cereal boards, we're looking at sugarcane companies, rice millers, fruit juices companies, but there's no incentive for local. They're like, why would that? Like when you ask farmers, they actually, why would I need that? But exporters really do know and understand. So it's also an issue of the 3 A's adoption. Like there's no incentive for me to do that, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Team Johnny AI. And I will now invite Nekesa to hand over your diplomas for completing the boot camp. Congratulations and a big round of applause for them. Amazing. Congratulations once again. And our audience, I hope you are ready for our next team, which is Nanex. Nanex, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, 70% of Kenya's population practices agriculture, and this constitutes about 4 million metric tons of cereals. But 30 to 40% of this is actually lost due to spoilage. So we introduced to you our solution called Nanex. But before we do that, my name is Mugisha Gift Arnold, the co-founder of this organization.
And my name Babazi Samantha, the co-founder as well.
So our solution is a sachet, and it does protect the cereals and dry produce by using a triality of 3 processes. It does this by preventing moisture, absorbing moisture, preventing also oxygen, and then aflatoxin contamination. So our target market is actually 50,000 customers in Kenya. This is business to business, and then over 6 millions, which we will do, of course, with a duality of business to customers and business to business and business to government, where we'll be able to work with organizations like WFP. Organizations like WFP actually bring in more cereals to refugee areas. So with our product, we will be able to provide these people with a safe organic solution. Our unique value proposition is that we provide a safe organic formulation that preserves cereals on different levels, because most of the solutions actually preserve only maybe preventing moisture, but ours prevents moisture, prevents pest infestation and microbial contamination, as well as aflatoxin contamination. Our competitive analysis is that there are 2 competitors that we know, Pike's bag and then Cyril bags, but we are biodegradable. We are affordable, we preserve nutrients, we are easy to use, and we add value because some of the components we use are from the farmers themselves. Our business model is that we sell directly to our farmers, but then also we also do to NGOs. So we give the product to NGOs and they impart the product to the farmers. Our climate ambition is that we reduce resource wastage, and when we reduce this resource wastage, we prevent methane emissions, and this helps the farmers to be able to also have a higher value. So our traction, we are working with the College of Agricultural Sciences, National Agricultural Research Organization. Our product is ready, and we have piloted with 25 customers. So we have a very good team supported by the food technology scientist and Dr. Ephraim, who is good in these processes. The ask is $100,000 for product development, marketing, research development. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Nanex. Over to you, judging panel. Any questions for the team?
Thank you very much. Just wanted to, if you can expand on the innovation itself, what is it made from? And also talk about, when you supply these products to the aspect of biodegradability, what do you mean by that?
Okay, I'll talk and then my co-founder will add. So basically, this is a sachet. I don't know if we hinted on it, but we have 2 kinds of, we have the one that preserves 50 kgs and then the one that preserves 25 kgs. So this is one for 50 kgs. So our solution preserves up to 90 days. So we're looking at dry produce, which is specifically cereals, and the components within the formulation work to so the innovative bit about it is that it does 3 things, which are usually separate. So it will absorb moisture, absorb oxygen, and also repel pests and prevent microorganism proliferation. And so the value addition that we have is that we use extracts from readily available starch products. So we will take cassava, we'll take neem, and then we'll add components. So currently we will use like silica gel, we'll use activated carbon. Part of the other component we want to experiment on is ascorbic acid to see how we can add these components to absorb moisture and oxygen, as well as do the act of repelling pests. Yeah, so just to emphasize, the product does not kill pests because it's not an insecticide or pesticide, because we want it to be safe for consumption. Because of the nature, it sublimes and it will like settle around the environment of the cereal. So because of the nature of that component, it does not kill pests, but it repels pests, so it's safe for consumption, just to emphasize on that. Yeah.
Okay, we have time for one more question only.
It's food. Has it been certified as safe? Because you say it's safe. Who has certified
Okay.
it?
And
Do you have a patent for it?
We do not have a patent for it yet. We're working with NACRI Labs in Uganda, back home in Uganda, that is currently working on the certification process. So we are still in the certification process. We are doing lab testing in 3 different labs, but the lab in which we develop the product is NACRI Labs back home in Uganda. So yeah, we are working on the certification.
Yeah,
of
so
the product.
additionally, we have tested with 20 vendors and 5 farmers for the efficacy of our product. But then also remember that all the components we use are human rated for consumption. Like if we talk about the neem oil is not toxic to people. So other components like activated carbon, they are also not toxic. And remember also that the sachet doesn't, the sachet components do not actually go into the produce. So that's the beauty with our product. They just absorb and sublime.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Nanex. And just a quick question, and I would request you to keep your response short. There's a clarification from the online judge. So your solution includes a cereal bag, or is it just a sachet to add to an existing hermetic bag?
So the way our solution works is that you just place it in it can be a sack, it can be an existing hermetic bag, but you just place it in the produce, and then the solution will sublime on its own. So it's easy to use.
All right.
Very applicable.
Hey, great. Thank you so much, Team Nanex. A quick round of applause. And Nikesa, please hand over the diploma to them. Congratulations. Great. Up next, we have the eco-rich solutions. The floor is yours, team.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Rugano. I am the founder and CEO EcoRich Solutions. We are committed to transform agriculture in Kenya through the use of technology. This is my mother and I while I was growing up, and farming was our only source of income. However, I experienced firsthand the struggles a small-scale farmer faces while they work so hard to provide food for our communities. Why? Because my mother experienced soil degradation, and she tried to solve this problem by buying and applying chemical fertilizers that did not only make the problem worse, but were also very expensive. She also tried to do farm composting, but this took several months before it was ready. And this forced her to delay her planting seasons. And just like thousands of other small-scale farmers, my mother gave up on agriculture. And this planted a seed in me to look for a solution and transform agriculture in Kenya. This is why we developed, assembled, and patented a technology called the WasteBot that takes only 24 hours to convert any organic waste to organic fertilizer, 100 times faster as compared to our competitors. So this is a smart recycling bin that you can put in your home, in your school, in your hotel. You put in any organic waste, and that waste is automatically converted to organic fertilizer. It's because of this innovation that now we've been able to provide our farmers with an affordable and an efficient organic fertilizer. So our solution taps into $1.5 billion market of organic fertilizer. So how we do it, we use a decentralized model where we've set up community-level recycling centers in urban areas where we put these devices. We then partner with the host community, the youth and the women who bring us the waste. We convert it, package, and sell to small-scale farmers for $15 per 50 kilogram bag. This is my mother today, a happy farmer. And this is the impact we've had to more than 4,000 small-scale farmers in Kenya. This has been made possible by an able team headed by myself. Combined, we have experience in agriculture, research, marketing, and engineering. We've been on a growth path from our innovation to the farmers we've reached and even our financials. So today, we are looking to raise $60,000 in the next 12 months. And this amount will help us assemble 13 more waste bots. And these waste bots will be in our urban areas, and they will help us. It will help us impact up to 25,000 small-scale farmers. So we are on a point where we need your support for us to be able to fund this and to reach these farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Encourage Solutions. Any questions from the judges? We have two on the floor.
So why only urban areas? You've just talked about schools, you've talked about other institutions. Are you able to expand your market to have a wider base of sources for the biomass that you require? Schools, hospitals, other places, markets throw a lot of food all over or waste. Are you able to expand that? And maybe that might increase your ask for funds, but I think just think about your customer base.
Thank you for your question. So our plan is, that I've explained, is for the next 12 months. And these devices can be used anywhere where there is waste, so not only in urban areas. But the plan we have now is to set up 13 more machines in our markets especially, because we've actually been approached by the county government. They want us to manage their waste in the markets. And that's why we need the 13 waste bots that will help us manage that. So it can be used anywhere there is waste, this machine can be used.
Thank you.
So I'm familiar with composting, and I know that, to cut down from 90 days to 24 hours is significant. But I wanted to ask about the cost. How much would it cost, if a community, how would it cost for 1 unit? And also to ask about, the technology itself, does it rely on electricity? Just give us an idea.
Okay, so the cost of producing this machine, it's $4,000. That is complete until testing. And we have been on a journey of the continuous innovation. And right now we are at our 500 output device that is not only electricity, does not only use electricity, but it is also solar powered.
Thank you. And we have a question from the judge online. Have you got results from studies of the compost quality from your waste bots? Variation over time, perhaps?
Thank you for the question. So one of the things we've done in our development of our devices is that this device is fitted with sensors, and that's something that we have patented that measures the levels of nutrients in every output of the fertilizer. As you are aware of, every waste is different and contains different types of nutrients. But what we've done through the help of some organizations in Kenya, we're able to balance that in a certain ratio. And this device has sensors that measures the levels of nutrients at the output level.
Okay. Just one question and we can keep it short then.
Cost that is quite expensive in terms of affordability, and yet farmers have this waste in their own farms. They don't need to get and buy from you. So the other question has been answered. What is powering the waste bot? So in terms of affordability, who is your target?
We don't sell the waste bot to farmers. We sell fertilizer to the farmers. So what we do, these devices are in our production center, and we can again set them up even in the rural areas where there is a lot of farm waste. So it's a journey for us, and we will get there, but we don't sell the waste bot to the farmer. The farmer buys the fertilizer that has been produced by our waste bots.
It's not clear to me what's the technology that is making
10 times faster compared to the others in the market.
Okay.
Can you elaborate on that? Thank you.
So this device goes through 3 different stages, and the process of production is what we've patented, and that's where our trade secret is. But it goes through 3 different processes. That is the breaking down, the heating and activating of the microorganisms. Then it goes to a temperature of 70% that breaks down, and because waste has a lot of water, it dries the waste, and then to the final stage that it goes back to the optimum temperature that now activates the microorganisms to work on the waste. So it's a biological process, and what makes the process faster, like you've seen in our journey, we started from 10 days, we went to 3 days, and now 24 days. It's able to balance the temperatures in the waste bot, and that's what has enabled us to achieve the 24 hours.
Okay.
Sorry? Yes, we've patented. We've already received our provision patent. Now waiting to receive the final patent of it.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Icarich. And Nakasa, I think the floor is yours to hand them the diploma. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, Team Icarich. And I hope audience and the judges, you are ready for the next company, because we have now bee venom collecting device patent coming up. The floor is yours. Let's give them a round of applause, audience.
Hello, everyone. Has any one of you ever been stung by a bee before? Oh, yes. Oh, there is. You see that substance that comes out? That is bee venom. Now, over 90% of the beekeepers in Kenya still rely on traditional bee byproducts to earn an income. However, there are other bee products, such as bee venom, that have not been tapped yet. And this is because the devices that extract bee venom are very expensive. Most of them are imported and also are inefficient in maintaining bee venom quality and quantity. And that is why we have introduced a bee venom collecting device that preserves bee venom quality and also increase bee venom quantity by 30%. Beekeepers sell this bee venom to pharmaceutical and beauty companies for income. Also, the market worth of bee venom as per last year was 378 million, and it's projected to grow to $600 million by 2033. Our target market is 91,000 beekeepers in Kenya, and as we grow, we'll target 800,000 beekeepers in East Africa, and finally 9 million beekeepers in Africa. These are our competitors, but we do stand out. Our devices have light and sound to ensure that bees are stimulated to release bee venom without being harmed. Also, our devices are 50% cheaper and also are dual powered, hence can operate even in remote areas. We're in the process of integrating AI, and it's also patented. Our business model is B2C, and we are earning revenue from the sale of these devices with a production cost of $232 each and a production cost of $112 and a profit of $120 per each device sold. In future, of course, we'll definitely go into selling bee venom. This is our traction, and between 2023 and now, we've made a revenue of $11,000. By 2026, we will hit that $6,000, and by 2028, we will get to $50,000. We are transforming the lives of these beekeepers because per each hive, they are able to extract 4 grams of bee venom per month, and they sell it at $38 per gram, making a revenue of $152 per beehive per month. So you can imagine if they have many beehives. We are creating jobs because depending with the number of beehive a farmer has, they're able to employ 2 to 3 workers. Also, indirectly, we're encouraging farmers to keep bees, and we know bees contribute to 62% of pollination. This is my able team. Some are engineers, ICT, but cumulatively, we are 10. My name is Patrice Washira. I'm the founder of Patvention Limited. And this is my partner.
And I'm Geoffrey Mbugua.
Great. Thank you, Team Patvention. Judges, over to you. Any questions for the team? I see one coming up over there.
If you could elaborate on the previous slide where you showed your prices relative to the competition, how you've managed to come to market at such a discount relative to your competition.
Okay, our competitors are most okay, sorry. They are importing their devices. So ours is locally manufactured, and that's how and we're also using locally available equipment to make it. That's why it's cheaper. And we can even go below. Imagine we are 50% cheaper already. So, and we have a good profit margin.
Okay. We have a question from the judge online, and the question is, I understand worker bees have a rather short lifespan. I expect venom production is a non-negligible investment for them. Have you studied how venom extraction affects their lifespan and their life of activity?
Thank you so much. Yes, we have studied that, and that is why we only extract the venom once a week. So that, and also our devices ensures that the bees are not harmed in the process of extracting, so they are safe.
Okay.
And maybe I can add, when you extract the bee venom, you make the bee to be not very wild. So it's like domesticating them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Team Patvention, for a great presentation and your responses. Nakesa, they are all yours. Congratulations, team, on completing the boot camp. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Great. Are you ready for the next team? Are you ready for the next team? Yes. Okay, coming up, we have soil doctors. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Mwagi. I'm the founder and CEO of Soil Doctor. I'm here with my colleague, Irene. A decade ago, farmers in drylands would grow trees and earn a living from them. But today, the health of soil cannot be able to support the growing of the trees. So we have a low numbers of trees surviving in those drylands. And again, we have the increasing carbon in those drylands. Our solution is a drought-resistant planter that have materials that can be able to promote the growth of microorganisms, provide moisture, and provide nutrients. And again, as it decays, because it's biodegradable, it leaves a very nutritious link allowed the root system of the trees in those areas. This is our product. And then the opportunity that we have globally, the dryland is about 45%. In Africa is about 55%. In Kenya, over 80% of Kenya is drylands. We have 2 billion people who are farming those drylands globally, and over 525 million farming drylands in Africa, 15 million farming drylands in Kenya. This is the agroclimatic zones map of Kenya, and as you can see, more than 80% is drylands. This is the product, which is we are referring as carbon sink, because it's able to sink the carbon from the atmosphere back into the soil. It's just an elegant, very simple and easy to use solution for dryland farming. And it creates a microclimate environment. And again, it's able to improve the tree survival rate in those areas. It's already patented. Our business model is we acquire materials here locally. These include agricultural waste, which we are carbonizing into biochar, which we mix with organic matter and local minerals. So we do a lot of formulation, and then we package them in those carbon sink planters. And the average usage is 200 to 300 pieces per acre, selling at 400 Kenya shillings. Our cost of production is 200 with a margin of 50%. We use last mile or resellers or last mile agents And then we have direct sales, and we're also working with NGOs. Our competitors is Seed Ball Kenya, who are producing seed balls for growing or planting trees, but for them, we are targeting the rainy or the wet seasons, while our product is for the drier degraded lands. This is the team, myself, and Julius is our technical lead, Lucy is our business development, and Irene is our technical assistant. We have more than 20 plus years in the sustainable land management. Our traction is we have managed to sell 2,313 carbon sink planters, earning a revenue of 6,800. And then we did our pilot in year 2022, and have been featured in various newsletters, and we have our patent today. Our impacts is we have managed to restore trees in 10 acres. The ask is about 50,000 USD, which will be used to finalize our validation and increasing our operation efficiencies in terms of mechanization, and then doing a bit of marketing and promotion in the new areas that we validate our products. And then in the future, we will add a digital functionality so that we can be able to do remote sensing and be able to monitor the soil moisture of those carbon sink planters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, team. Soil doctors, judges, any questions for the team? We have one over here.
Oh, thank you. Are they recyclable? And two, you're talking about arid areas, arid lands. What does the cost mean in terms of sustainability? If for 10, 15 trees, okay, but if you're talking about the per acre.
Thank you for the question. Our product is about degradable, so it's not recyclable. And the reason why it's about degradable is to make it decay over time so that it can release those nutrients and leaves a ring of a very nutritious material allowed the root system of the tree.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. And we have one more question from our judge. Oh, sorry. There's a follow-up question.
The cost.
The cost, currently we are selling them at 400. And the reason why we are selling them at 400 is because we have very low operation efficiencies. We are doing the work manually. So that's the reason why we are looking for the funding so that we can be able to increase our operation efficiency in terms of mechanization, which will lower the price drastically. And our target is about 100 Kenya shillings per planter.
Okay, what I was actually asking was your target area is if it's a semi-arid lands, that cost per acre in terms of adoption, acceptability by the target clientele.
We conducted our pilot in Laikipia, which is one of the areas that is a BOP. And we currently have referrals from the same customers who are even willing to buy it at 400. Because for them, previously, the survival rate in those areas has been 30%, compared now with our carbon sink planter, which enhances that to 85%. And again, when you talk about trees, we are talking about a variety of trees, medicinal, native, fruit trees, and fodder trees. For them, it's more like it's going to create another line of income for them.
Okay. And we have a final question from our judge online. And the question is, tell me about your potential customers. Which kind of people will buy your product?
We are looking for the smallholder farmers who are owning or farming lands in the very dry areas of Kenya. And we're also looking to commercial farmers, people who own ranches and are willing to grow fodder trees in those areas.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Team Soil Doctors. And Nekesa, I would kindly request you to hand them the diploma for completing the bootcamp. Congratulations, team, and let's give them a quick round of applause, please. Great. Up next, we have Farm on AI. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Farm AI all the way from Zimbabwe, and we are here to revolutionize the livestock industry. In Kenya, livestock contributes about 12% of the GDP, and it supports more than 10 million rural farmers. However, the problem that they are facing is annually they are losing about 25% of their herds due to delayed diagnosis or lack of access to the diagnostic system. What are we here to do? We are here to provide something like a digital doctor that is there to analyze, that is there to diagnose your animal in the shortest possible time and offer you a solution as to how you are going to manage that herd. Sorry. What is the problem? The first problem that the farmers are facing, delayed disease detection. The next one is the lack of affordable diagnostic tools. Then there is resource wastage in whatever the farmers they are doing. When sometimes they receive wrong diagnostic to their animal and they administer wrong drugs to the animal, thereby wasting their resources. What is our proposed solution? Proposed solution is for us to provide a digital smart agricultural system that can detect diseases early, that is cost effective and is going to manage their resources. The analysis, or how it works, the thing is you just take a photo of your cow, of your head. You put that image that you have taken into our developed system. That system is going to analyze the image that you have given into that system. After the analysis, it compares the already saved data sets in the system. After the comparison, they will give you an analysis that this cow is suffering from what disease. It can even give you a suggestion as to what drugs you are supposed to administer to that animal. Right now in Kenya, the farmers are spending about 19.5 million US dollars in livestock diagnosis. This is a large amount of money that is being lost in this scenario. And Kenya livestock is progressing at a constant rate of about 3 to 5%. And we want to tap into this growth rate and we grow together with the farmers. Our revenue structure, we will ask the farmers to subscribe to our system, who get also sales from the selling of the hardware devices, and we will integrate our system with AgroVets, so we'll be able to collect revenue from this. Our target market, we are leaving no one behind. So we are targeting the smallholder farmers, the veterinary professionals, the commercial livestock farmers, and the agricultural cooperatives. But first of all, our point of entry is the veterinary professionals, because they are the ones that are in touch with the farmers. Our competitor is a company in Sweden called AgriTech4Kenya, and this is our team. I thank you.
Thank you, Team Farm on AI. Any questions for the team? We have one over there.
Very innovative. Thank you. I'm happy that you're excited to be on this stage. Thank you for that. I have a question though. If you're to scale this into Kenya, where would you get your recommendation on the diseases? So if the animal has a disease and then you need to give it a recommendation for the medicine, or this is the disease, where you can link with AgroVets, but how would you validate the type of medicine given to the animals? Hold. Keeping in mind that some
medicine that is approved internationally may be disapproved locally. And then that validation process, could you talk through about it? Keeping in mind, she said short answers.
Okay, what we are going to have is we have machine learning. The machine learning is like a child that we are going to train. So depending on the stage of this training to this child, we say we feed it with data sets, different data sets. If an animal is suffering from mastitis, these are the symptoms. This is how the picture looks like. So every disease is going to be trained. So it depends on what stage we are in our training. Maybe we are still in ECD, maybe we are already at the university level.
And also just to clarify, when she's saying pictures, she's referring to thermograms. So a thermogram is just a heat map that shows, so on a normal animal, or for example, a cow, we know that a healthy cow has this type of thermogram or heat signature, right? And then we then measure or record an animal which is sick with maybe mastitis, right? So we now know that this is the heat map of an animal with mastitis. So when you take your thermogram of your animal, the AI or the AI then analyzes that thermogram and it can tell you that it's suffering from this disease exactly.
We have another question, the last question from our judge online. And the question is, how did you test the accuracy of diagnostics?
Accuracy of diagnostics is tested by, so first of all, we have to enter our piloting stage. We have to measure these data sets, first of all. So this is where we need funding to then buy these thermal cameras. But first of all, we have already developed our AI system. It's already functional right now. So what we need is the thermal cameras. So we can then take a picture, a thermogram of that animal, enter it into our data sets of healthy animals and unhealthy animals. So by training our AI, it can tell that this animal is suffering from this.
Okay, great. I can only take one question, please.
So you're here to just have a hypothesis that if you can take a heat map, thermal map, you can be able to detect a disease. How are you sure that will work finally? And what is your estimate of how much training you'll need to do? Because these AI systems require a lot of data.
So this has been already proven by our competitor, AgriChem, but they're only focusing on mastitis. It's already proven technology and it's working.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Team Farm AI and Nekesa. Let's give them the diploma for completing the bootcamp. Congratulations, team. Let's give them a quick round of applause, everyone. Great. Next up, we have Federica with your solution, Clock Lens. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So some like it boiled, some pushed, some roasted. My personal preference is fried. Poultry consumption has steadily risen over the years and has necessitated the growth of the poultry production industry. However, this rapid growth has not been seen. Kenya imports 40% of poultry meat to meet national demand and 50% of eggs. Traditional poultry farming is characterized by labor-intensive monitoring as frequent as half-hour checks during the brooding period. And if you say hard work pays, well, tell that to the farmer, the poultry farmer, who keeps a third eye on his flock, yet still records high mortality rates, subpar weight of his birds, and the issue of theft. A recent study in Western Kenya has shown that the average mortality rate is 60%, and that is so much loss for so much work being put in. The solution we offer is an AI-enabled farm management system. With a focus of being climate friendly, we reduce the use of GPUs for image processing, and Clark Lens is able to provide an on-prem lightweight AI solution for real-time monitoring of your flock. So with any standard camera, the footage is obtained and the AI is able to perform behavioral analysis of the flock to track from the growth rates to feeding patterns of the birds. The farmer then gets real-time alerts and recommendations in their preferred favorite chat application in their preferred language. Pondus, Arenaful, and FoundSpeak have very great solutions out there, but that's how we enter the race. Our solution requires little to no internet to operate, is adaptable because of our inbuilt AI systems, is cost-effective, and is easy to set up and has great user experience. We operate as a software as a service, providing monthly plans which the farmer can subscribe to based on their needs. With a bottom-up approach, we estimate a market share of $12 million directly targeted towards poultry farmers that are into poultry farming for commercial reasons. For traction, we have over 2,000 plus hours of Clark Lens being operational. We have our Clark mobile app listed on the Google Play Store and App Store with over 120 active users. We've been able to sign a partnership deal to onboard 700 young individuals as premium users of our application under the Happy Project, an initiative by the government of Ghana sponsored by MasterCard. We've secured cloud credits from Microsoft for our operational costs and expanded market reach to the northern and middle belt of Ghana. This our team consisting of expertise in AI, poultry farming, software development, and data privacy and security. Barry says that the most fancy technology in his pen is a 5-gallon bucket on which he can sit and monitor his birds for hours. Attention is all your birds really need, and that is what we provide farmers. We give them more time and less stress thinking about thefts and coming to meet 35 of their birds dead for no apparent reason. We are Feathery Care, and we are democratizing data-driven poultry farming. Asante sana.
Thank you, Team Feathery Care. Judges, over to you. Any questions for the team? We have one over there. Oh, and one here.
Thank you very much. On the pricing plan, can you just go back to the plate? What exactly are the farmers with the free plan missing out compared to the basic and the enterprise?
So basically, it's the features, right? So the AI system is able to do multiple things. The free plan is basically checking out for heat stress. So that is the most pressing need. So we look out for signs of distress like heat. So if I could go back to this image, you would see there's an alert of overcrowding. So if there's heat stress, your birds would gather together, or like if there's a sign of distress, like somebody entering, so you realize someone entered and that's why there was a bit of overcrowding. So that is what the basic plan entails, the free plan entails. But then as you proceed, you have more things like tracking feeding patterns, so that the farmer knows that, okay, I fed at 5 today, but the recommendation is to feed probably at 4 because the birds are more active during that period. So something of that sort. So we basically have like an outlined, outline features, and you can check that out on our website. Yeah.
Okay. We have one over there. Yes.
Yeah, so congratulations, I think, on the traction you've shown up there. But I think, and you could speak to it, but what partnerships will be needed to scale something like this? Because it looks like there's a lot of moving pieces, be it from the actual technical rollout and scale up, adoption, dealing with regulators, financing. What partnerships do you have either back home or do you envisage establishing here in Kenya?
All right, so back home in Ghana, we have key partnerships with the government, the government sector, with the Ministry of Agriculture, specifically the Animal Science Department. Also, we've been able to get some key hubs in Ghana that is very boosting in poultry, the farmer cooperatives and associations. So that's 3 key areas in Ghana. Yeah, and also with Kenya, the same model would like to apply here, accessing the animal department of the agricultural sector here to access these these farming cooperatives to expand our market.
Okay. We have one final question from our judge online. Like the previous presenter, tell me about how you tested the accuracy of diagnostic.
Okay. So I suppose that's in relation to the AI model. So even though we incorporated this year and started doing business this year, we've actually been testing the model for like 2 years prior to that. And we initially started with the typical AI development approach of collecting tons of data to train our models. But then there's more of like a trade secret where we've optimized now the workflow. We are using segmentation models to actually get these beds, and we do a bit of statistics. It's written in code, and basically we are not achieving 100% now. It's around 95% to 98% now, and we do that by basically you want to know how many of your beds are segmented in the image and how many of them you're able to track through each frame rate. So we have those standard AI metrics that we look out for when we are working on this and improving it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Team Feathericare. And congratulations on completing the bootcamp. Nakesa will give you your diplomas now. Let's give them a round of applause, audience. Congratulations once again, team. Up next, we have Zauletu Zaushinani. The floor is yours.
By show of hands, how many of you have been a member at a dairy cooperative? Anyone? Right. So I'm going to explain to you the current processes in dairy cooperatives in Kenya right now. And as you can see on my screen, operational processes are very, very manual. From collection of milk by the transporter to the record keeping and all the way to how milk is received at the cooperative. On top of that, because of all these manual processes, our farmers are denied easy access to their money. So the current challenges are delayment of farmer payments, pen and paper, which of course means data is lost. Data cannot be analyzed in real time, which also means that farmers themselves don't have the data they require to even get finances from financial institutions like banks, SACCOs, and so on and so forth. Again, cooperatives are not able to track villages and surplus. These are key metrics for any cooperative, and not just for cooperatives, but also for the government and the whole nation. Finally, we don't have, for both cooperatives and farmers, they don't have access to financial credit. So the solution we are presenting here today allows us to digitize cooperatives, that's one, allows us to give farmers and cooperatives access to convenient financial services, track key metrics like surplus and spillage, and increases transparency. What happens when you increase transparency? Farmers with more milk, which leads to more revenue. Okay. The process is very, very simple. A transporter collects milk. The farmer receives an SMS. They're able to track all these data and their collection, production records from the application as well, including SSD. And the cooperative as well has a central point for this data. Our target market, we're looking at a market of $7 million. And in this 7 million market, we have about 7,000 cooperatives, over 7,000 cooperatives in Kenya. And we have chosen to focus on 5 high production areas: Bomet, Narok, Nakuru, Tharaka Nithi, and Kericho. How do we earn money? Onboarding fees, SaaS fees at $0.36 per user. And remember, our users are our farmers. Our customers are the cooperatives.
And finally, from lending interest rates. Our traction currently, we are at 5 cooperatives with about 4,600 farmers, and our current MRR is 1,660. We are different because first of all, we are a one-stop shop, and second, we have all operational modules from finance to employee management, farmer management, essentially all operational processes. Our milestones, essentially how far we've come. Currently, we're at 4,600 farmers, like I mentioned. This December, and I'm happy to announce this, we'll be launching our credit platform, which is so much awaited by farmers. We are also in the process of getting our CBK license. Our ask, first of all, looking at you all, we are looking towards getting strategic partnerships that enable us to grow. And also for you, we have a rich data set of farmers which can benefit you. And on top of that, maybe Limuke can say something.
We opened up our pre-seed round of 500K in October. I know there are private equity investors in the room. If you'd wish to join in the round closes in April next year.
Yeah.
And for the team, this is our team. This is our team. And finally, what we are saying is, kilimo ni nguzo kuu katika uchumi wetu, ndiposa yafaa tuinuke na wakulima wetu, tuweze kujenga uchumi wetu. Agriculture is a pillar, is a backbone to our economy. And for us to rise to the top, we have to empower our farmers. Proper bottom up.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. And over to you, judging panel. Any questions for the team?
No, thanks for the presentation. The point around credit, and I think when you showed the different revenue streams, you also spoke about interest. Is the idea that you would be lending off of your own balance sheet?
Let me handle that.
Yes, our intention is we would like to work with bank partners. However, what we found with bank partners is they already have predetermined interest rates and products, which exposes us to near predatory lending. So we are looking to raise debt on our own so that we can guide the interest rate. The general market standard is you find the most conservative lender is AFC, the Agricultural Finance Corporation. They are doing 9% per annum. So if we are doing a short-term product, which is a monthly product at 3%, the other competitors, the other digital lenders in the market are doing 6 to 11, and others even at like 30%. So the whole idea of raising our own debt is so that we protect the farmer from predatory lending.
And we have one last question from there again.
Okay. I'm very interested in your model. My first question is, are you digitizing or automating the whole process? You have a one-time onboarding fee of $1,000. What happens in the subsequent years? Or is it going to come from the SaaS paid per member?
Can I respond? Okay, so first of all, we are digitizing, we are automating, and we are automating agricultural societies' operations. This is end-to-end from produce collection to finance, payments, to how the agrovets work. Our platform is very robust. It has all those components. And from the cooperative side, we give them an ERP. On the farmer side, the farmer will have a mobile app. The transporter too will have a mobile app. And the grader, ideally, everyone in the value chain has an interface. Sorry, I missed the next question.
I think the mic was trying to tell me to slow down. Then on the subsequent years, you'll get your money from the 0.36, right? Because the cooperative will pay you. What about the SMS cost? Who's going to pay for that? The cooperative, or it's going to come off the $1,000?
Yes, so
These are $1,000. It's ideally to get a cooperative to move from books to our platform because we need to go to the field, accommodation and all that. The 45 shillings, which is 0.36, is supposed to go into SMS and data support. And then where we're gonna make actual money is in lending because we have this data on the platform and we have ready customers. So currently we are selling technology. In the next 1 year, our product becomes a farmer on our platform.
So last question, I promise.
I can take a few more if you have time.
No. Have you thought of using the data you collect?
Yes, and that's why we're going into credit. We collect over 33 data fields. So when you come to our platform, you find a pre-credit scored farmer who you know the county they're in, the amount of milk they're collecting, and what their income potential looks like, which ideally informs the embedded finance or rather the credit advance that you give to the farmer.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Team Sauletu and Nekesa. It's time to hand them their diploma. Congratulations, team. Let's give them a round of applause, audience. Great. And now we have the last few teams remaining. I hope your energies are still high because coming up next, we have Safari Watch Animal Telematics. The floor is yours. Let's give them a round of applause.
Meh, meh. Woo, woo.
Hi, I'm Tabitha Karori.
And I'm Harrison Kiarie. Now, folks, like most of us, we are in Nairobi, but we hail from rural areas. And if there's one thing Kenyans love is investing in their rural areas, especially in livestock.
No, like most farmers, livestock is our life and our love. Unfortunately, many farmers endure numerous losses because of theft, and it's basically due to lack of real-time visibility on what's happening in their farm. They don't have real-time visibility on their animal identity, their animal count, the health and behavior of their animal, and they don't have traceability for their animals.
Now, Safari Watch has come up with a solution, and the solution will be domiciled on your phone. What better is it than to have an app on your phone that tells you all the key parameters of the animals in your farm? For example, every day on demand, it can count how many animals are there. It checks the health of your animals. It's able to check the animal behavior. And what's more, it keeps traceability of your animals at any one time.
Now, the global livestock monitoring market was valued at 5.6 US billion in 2022, and it's expected to grow by double digits. In Kenya, we have a total estimate of 100 million livestock, and our target market is those who do livestock farming commercially, which is 40% of this population.
Now, the challenge for most farmers is, I have chicken, I have cows, I have sheep. I don't want to have different small platforms that check these animals. Our solution is holistic. On one app, you're able to check all key parameters of your livestock. What's more, let's not turn our farmers into technology people. They already have enough problems. So we do not sell these gadgets. What we do is we lease out the technology at a monthly fee. So there's no capital expense required for farmers to enjoy our technology.
Judges, you've been given some of our gadgets to sample. So what our solution does, it transfers the data being collected from the gadgets to our mobile app. And as a farmer or as a user, from wherever you are around Kenya, around the world, you're able to have real-time visibility of your livestock and your farm from your phone.
As I said, our software is sold as a service. And what we are trying to do is to make sure that this software is reachable to as many Kenyans as possible. So we are selling through an affiliate program. These affiliates are domiciled within counties. Our solution goes for as little as 24 shillings per livestock per month. For the most expensive is 340 shillings. but we require you to put a small onboarding fee of about 440 shillings for animals like chicken, and to the most expensive solution is a one-off fee of 6,000 shillings.
Now, do we have competitors? Of course, and they sell these gadgets, mostly the tags. You can get them in agrovets, but our competitive advantages is that most of these tags are manual, ours are electronic, and they're tamper-proof. If someone is trying to steal your livestock and they remove the gadget, you get a real-time notification on your phone that something is happening. Your gadget has been tampered with.
The way we reach our customers is we have an online community. We had to create this community because we needed to be sure that you're giving people what they want. Currently, our online community has 117 members. These are people who have told us, we want your gadgets and we are willing to pay a subscription fee to belong to that community. Currently, that fee is 8,500 per person, and that entitles them to 10 gadgets. At this point, we have been able to sell 65 gadgets at 300 each. That is before we go to a new model, which is promising. In the new financial year, we are looking to supply 20,000 units at about 66 million.
So we currently have a team of 3 with a combined experience of about 20 years. Harrison Carey is our CEO and co-founder with over 20 years experience in IT. Myself, I have over 6 years experience in business development, and we have a software developer with over 5 years in software development.
Thank you. We are happy to have your questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Safari Watch. Judges. Okay, I see a question here already.
I'm just thinking about your operational costs. It looks to be a bit heavy. I don't know. Maybe just explain to us a bit more. When you have the device like that physical, this one here, one of the belts here, you give it out for free. And then the software is what you charge for, the cost of the software. When they get spoiled, so you have a farmer in Laikipia, another one somewhere else, another one somewhere else. How do you manage, handling the expenses of going to fix, pick, change, whatever, the hardware itself? The software is easy, I think, to manage.
Great question. We work through an affiliate model. So if, like you look at Laikipia, we have 2 people within Laikipia. Now, normally we'll have an agrovet. That's a major one around there. And then this agrovet works with the extension officers. These are the guys who go to the farmers, they fix the gadget. If there's a problem, they go change the gadget. We do not require the farmer to know how to do that. And the farmer does not own the gadget because we feel that's extra burden. Now, yes, we know at this cost of about 400 shillings to 6,000, it may look high. What we are working with is we are already working with a major bank here, and we really feel we need to bring that cost down. They are talking of let's not charge that onboarding fee so that farmers just pay a kind of a monthly fee flat. And also we are talking to a major local telco.
Okay, thank you, team. And I have one last question from our judge online. And the question is, what are the parameters you monitor on the animals? If that includes health and welfare parameters, how did you check accuracy?
Okay. Normally, and this is our technology is able to sense up to a change of 1 degree change in temperature. And this normally will indicate that animal has an illness. Whereas our technology will not tell you what illness that animal is suffering from. For sure, it's never wrong. It's been tested. And so far, we can say that we are at a good level of accuracy.
Okay. I'll have to keep this very, very short, please.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, because assuming you'll collect all kinds of data and you'll have a lot of data, and eventually, do you have plans for monetizing this data, the data that you collect, because about movement, about things, because you can do other things with the same data?
Yes, it's already, there are conversations ongoing, and we are looking at a business model where both the government of Kenya and some few NGOs have discussed this, and they are saying this technology needs to be mainstream, especially because of traceability and disease management, and data is on the line. It's in discussion.
Great. Thank you so much, Team Safari Watch. Thank you so much, audience. And Nakasa, we'll hand over your certificate, diplomas to you, sorry. Congratulations. And let's give them a quick round of applause, everyone. Great. Coming up next, we have Evelyn. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Evelyn AgriTech Limited. Fighting global food insecurity requires including all smallholder farmers, from someone with 0.5 acres of land, someone with at least 5 acres of land, because these contribute over 80% to food production in Africa. Well, what is the major challenge that they are facing, and where do they incur the biggest costs in their production? Procurement of quality seeds, as these ones contribute over 60% to the yields that these farmers are meant to have. But unfortunately, not many companies are coming up to enable these smallholder farmers access these seeds with a flexible repayment rate. Well, with Evelyn, it's no longer a problem. This is what we solve. We are basically a B2B digital platform, and we support smallholder farmers in their respective groups and cooperatives to access quality climate resilient seeds for planting on credit and flexible payback after they've harvested. We've also of recent included an online farmers marketplace on the platform where farmers can upload their produce and they can access market, hence eliminating middlemen who previously were taking almost 45% of the farmers' profits. We are operating from an Africa total addressable market of $2 billion US. Kenya alone accounts for almost 24 million US dollars, but our goal as Evelyn is to capture 10% of this market in the next 3 to 5 years. Our business model is really very simple. Farmer groups and cooperatives apply through our platform to access seeds of the quality that they would need. We supply them seeds as we offer them free trainings on climate smart farming practices because we are a social enterprise. And then when they harvest, they pay us back. Say if we give them 100 kilograms, they pay us back 200 kilograms, but they have harvested up to 15x of what they have taken. We are not only the key players in the market, but our first competitive edge is that our main competitors stand a chance to be our potential partners. We also have flexible repayment plans that we offer to these farmers. And we as well focus on giving these farmers seeds without requiring collateral from them, because we are B2B, we don't deal with a single farmer. We've so far served over 2,000 smallholder farmers back in Uganda, and we're looking forward to expanding in Kenya. This is the team that is making all this a reality. We together span over 35 years of progressive experience from climate tech, agriculture, software development, and business. I thank you.
Thank you, Team Evelyn. Let's give them a quick round of applause. All right, judging panel, any questions for the team? Okay, we've got the 2 questions already.
A quick one. Do you offer insurance considering this is agriculture?
Thank you so much. The insurance we have, unfortunately for now, is on our side. We insure our seeds, but however, we have a partnership back in Uganda with an agro-insurance company where farmers can easily access their own insurance on their cost. This is basically to reduce the costs of operation, because extending it to the farmer means extending the risk on our side.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a related question. So what if the produce fail for that farmer? How do you recover your seeds? And what other model of how are you making income? I just want to wonder if it's just on seeds alone.
Thank you so much. How we recover, I've actually already touched on that. We insure our seeds. We have an agro insurance that insures only our seeds, so it makes it cheaper for us to afford. But we also have a scattered way of going about the risk that we, with agriculture, it can't happen that all districts in different regions suffer the same season. So we operate right now in Uganda, we operate in 5 districts in central, eastern, and western Uganda. So it's also an easy, not so much efficient, but one way of scattering the risk. And then about how we make money first by sale of produce, but we also envision making money on a subscription by off-takers on the mobile platform, which we recently launched, and we hope to earn from it starting next year.
Thank you, team. And we have one last question for you from our panel online. And the question is, where do you get your cash to run the organization?
Thank you so much. Where we get our cash is that it looks like there is a lot of costs that are incurred at the start, but actually these costs keep on reducing. So we self-fund ourselves. We opted to bootstrap from the start so that when we bring an investor on board, they do not suffer the costs of mobilizing the farmers, procurement of seeds. So actually, as we grow and expand these groups, the costs keep reducing, but we self-funded ourselves. And so far we have 1 investor on board, 2 grants, and we envision, and we are now fundraising for 100,000. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Team Everland. And now I will request the CASA to give your diplomas to you. Thank you so much and congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Okay, are you all ready for our last team for today morning? I hope the energies are still high, and I would like to invite our last team on board, which is Galinsoga parviflora, which is Galen soldier weed for poultry feed from Daystar University. The floor is yours. Let's give her a round of applause, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, Daystar University is presenting to you its new innovation, which is nature-based innovation. And for sure, seeing is believing. That is our new innovation. Daystar University wants to introduce a new poultry food value chain, which is Callan Soldier poultry feed best formulation. Yes, this is our presentation from Daystar University. And the major problem we want to address is high cost of poultry feed, which is actually is about 70% in Kenya. As a result of even climate change, it has worsened the food supply for poultry processing because of low productivity. And because of that, the prices of the poultry feeds are hiked. And sometimes there are shortages. So as a result, many farmers are actually abandoning poultry farming altogether. What is our solution? Our solution is that Callan Soldier poultry feed, because it can reduce the cost of poultry feed by 50% due to its prolific nature, is high yielding, 25 tons per acre, and actually has high calorific value, 41 in 100 grams, and rich in carbohydrates, proteins, vitamins, and even minerals. And its maturity period is just within 50 days, so it's able to escape the adversities of climate change like drought. And it's an organic feed. Everybody is now going organic. The evidence is there. Look, before we started feeding our chicken, the eggs were very small, they were not marketable. The other slide is after we started producing. Actually, our customers are 5.5 million farmers, which are growing at a rate of 9.4% in Kenya. And our users for this product will be acrobats, feed millers, and researchers. Actually, we have competition, but these are going to be our partners who are mainly Sigma, millers, Unga, Farm Care, Pembe, and so forth. We also have business model. Our business model is that we are going to a sustainable model whereby we will have payment, seed multiplication, raw material and processing, and after sale training services. Impact is that it will reduce cost of production by 50%, increase income and egg production by 30%, and also household foods by 20%. And of course, in our pilot, we had 50% women and youth. We are looking at financial projection and traction is that our 5,000 is actually our magic number. We are looking at how we can support 5,000 to start a critical number of multiplication. So what is our ask? Our ask is that we are looking for 300,000 US dollars, 250 US dollars will go to farmer multiplication, which is actually 50 US dollar per farmer as a cost of production. And ourselves will have 50,000 US dollar for training. Our team is actually myself as a lead innovator and other co-innovators, Dr. Krikori Nalianya, Professor Laban Airo, who is our Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Caroline Ayuya and Dr. Kenneth Ongaro. Our appeal is there. If you invest in Daystar University, you are investing in smallholder poultry farmers, and you're going to change their life for good. And at the same time, we're also going to invest in healthy foods. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Daystar team. Any questions from the judges? We have one over here and the second one over here.
Thank you very much. You solve a very important problem. The question that I have is, what is the value had? For example, if your competitors know that this is good for poultry, there's nothing holding them from doing the same thing. So what's the value addition from your company?
Our value addition, because we are a research and training institution, we are actually going to put a lot of thrust into seed multiplication, which will require a lot of training. And our millers are more commercial. They actually don't know how our farmers are going to produce. So that is where our gist is.
Okay, and we had one more question from, I think, this side. Yes.
Okay, so poultry feed has different aspects. I think there's energy, there's protein. So what exactly is it producing, and how are you going to meet their, okay, is it a wholesome feed? Maybe that's a question I should ask.
Okay, fine. It can be a wholesome feed by itself, but we can actually, because of palatability, we can actually do mixing with other foods, but the ratio will be higher because it's just like it's having almost like 40% cost of production compared with the other feeds. Like when you compare with maize, for example, we want to give farmers 50 US dollar to produce same amount of feed. In maize production, it would be like 200 US dollar per acre. So that is almost like a quarter. So that is where we have our competitive edge. because it has been treated as a weed. And how we are going to do it is that we are going to grow this feed on borders of the farm. So it will not actually interfere with the farmer production in the main field.
Okay, thank you, team. Just one last question, but I would really request you to keep the answer short, please. Over to you.
I'm still not getting clear. Are you selling seed? Are you selling raw material input? Or are you selling animal feed? Because those are three different businesses, but you seem like they're all mixed up. You're talking of farmers, sometimes you're talking of millers, sometimes you're talking of poultry. I'm not clear what is your business model.
Thank you. This is a new innovation. It's being introduced to the food value chain. So we will actually play parts in all those for the first maybe incubation period of 5 years. Then we will the farmers will have gotten the capacity to continue. So we are going to do fast seed multiplication because it's a new line of business altogether.
Okay, and I have one last question from our panel online. Will you grow the plant and sell it? Is it a difficult plant to grow? And what would stop others from growing it?
The first thing is that actually the person who goes early in the river gets the water clean. So that's what DESA is doing. It's the first to reach to the river. So we will actually, it's easy to grow, it's easy to preserve, but it has standards because of quality management, aflatoxins, and even carbohydrates and vitamins. We have that capacity to do it analysis in our laboratory. That is what will be the game changer.
Great. Thank you so much, Team Daystar. Let's give them a round of applause as Nakesa hands the diploma. Great. Thank you so much, also, Nakesa. And that brings us to the end of our pitching round. I hope you were all inspired, had a great time. Thank you for being a good audience. And I'm going to now hand over the mic to Nakesa, who will tell us what's happening next. Over to you, Nakesa.
Thank you so much, Malvika. I think it's been quite a long day. And this is the point where we are almost reaching the end of the close of the event, but the beginning of a new journey for our innovators. So we are going to request our selection committee to just give a word, just a word of advice or a take home for the innovators. And since we are also our partners, then we'd also request you to speak on behalf of the companies. We'll give you a minute each just to talk. Please, the podium is yours. We're not going in any specific order. We'll start from Dr. Julius Gatune. Over to you. If you can go, because we'll give you something else. Thank you.
Thank you. I think great presentations, great ideas, and obviously all of them have huge potential. All I can say is that at least what I saw here, at least I'm in a university, and I'm excited to see that at least universities are starting to get into innovation space. And all of you, all the innovators here, I would urge you sometimes there's always easy resource in terms of ideas, because all of you have universities around you. Try to see how you can join them and how you can work with them to start developing ideas and even bring university students abroad, because we are associated with the Itatu platform, and the Itatu platform is all about how do you help industry, how do you help industry academia work together, and also work with young people and students who can also solve problems, because usually R&D, there's always somebody somewhere. I think that's what I want to say.
Maybe for the photo, because we are doing some photos.
Okay, I stand here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was quite some inspiring session, and thank you to the innovators for the great ideas. I'm Frida Miner from Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. Our vision is excellence in research to transform livelihoods. And I believe that's what we've also seen in the innovations that have come. There's been quite some use of AI in quite a number of the innovations, which is quite something. Maybe the only thing is that even as we continue to think of your ideas, the co-creation part with the end user, that needs to be very, very clear so that then it's taken up. And also the information, because work with the different stakeholders that you've come across, the universities, the research organizations, the financial institutions, because then one, you get networks or collaborating partners, and also you get to get more information, more data, and the like. Thank you. And I'm glad to have been part of the process.
All right, sorry, just request is because we have a flight to catch up at 3. And I want just to thank you so much, all our partners, of course, Alliance Biodiversity is here, and everybody who's been involved in this amazing, amazing introduction of a new approach towards innovation in this country. And my name is Dr. Carolina Mwaka. I'm the Director for Research Innovation, Commercialization, Entrepreneurship at Data University. I'm just 5 days old in this directorate after having the COVID e-learning directorate. And I'm excited to enter into a new terrain and to begin with this particular innovation. And I would like to tell innovators, amazing job. Young people, we are proud of you, that you can go and become great people. We are hoping that you'll be able to work with us as universities in areas of research, and DACE is the best option to pick always, because of, we are into research, and we sit into Kenya Innovation Agency. We work with Biodiversity Alliance Biodiversity and CIAT in many ways, and we welcome you. We want to wish you all the best. You are all winners, and we know that you have won, and hopefully that this will be accelerated to many other ways. Thank you so much, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's afternoon. I think I've spoken to the innovators 3 times now, but well done. It shows that the bootcamp paid off. The pictures are very good today. We've seen a lot of impressive presentations here. Well done. My name's Emmanuel Macau. I am the Senior Regional Technology and Data Manager at Masiko AgriFin. We actually do work with a lot of innovators. And we also, support some of the work that they do in agriculture, technology, financial services in multiple countries in Africa and in the world. On behalf of Masiko AgriFin, we're very happy to be here. We are happy to be part of the process. Thanks to Alliance Biodiversity, we've been working with you for a couple of years as well. In fact, last week we also had another session in Rwanda, same thing. Yeah, and we are just happy to be part of the process. I hope that the teams that are going to be selected will see you here again, and we're happy to collaborate with you and work with you again. Thanks.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Tosin Shumorin. I'm a researcher at the International Water Management Institute, and I think I've met a number of people. We've talked one-on-one. Really want to appreciate everyone. I want to appreciate all the innovators. I mean, it's not an easy thing to share your ideas and to pitch it in that way in a very short minute. So very well done. 2 words that I would say, persevere. You've gone this far. I'm sure it might not be that everybody is a winner, but you've gone this far, and I would like to encourage you to really persevere and push, because you have real opportunity to make a real change. And the second point, I'm from the International Water Management Institute, and we look at how to secure our water for farmers, to secure our water for the world. And so it's important that you keep pollution to the minimum, where possible, avoid that. So I would always encourage us to go back to our business models and think of how we can, eliminate waste, design out this waste and be more sustainable. I would like to appreciate all the organizers, and it's really a pleasure to be part of the process. And I think we would love to engage more, and have a good day to everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Kamau. I think for the innovators we met on Monday, I am here representing Excellence in Agronomy, under CG that really focuses on trying to develop, validate, pilot innovations, but our focus is more on demand-led innovation. So working with different partners, be it private sector or the government. So I want to congratulate all of the innovators who presented here today. It's really been good to hear the progression from the teams from the first day, hearing a more fleshed out idea, hearing how they intend to get it to market and also address all of these problems. So kudos to you, all the best. My next statement goes to the Accelerate for the AgriTech4Kenya Challenge team. Thank you for creating this challenge, Thank you for creating such an environment that fosters innovation. Jumper, I can't miss you. Yeah, so we look forward to collaborating with you in the future in other challenges. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Philemon Mosetti from Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust, where I serve as a program manager in one of the programs called Danida Market Partnership Program, DMDP, that focuses in the banana value chain in Taita Taveta County. I think I've just seen incredible ideas being presented before us here, and just tells us the immense potential that we have, even especially among our young people. And I'm so proud to have just seen what you've just presented for us. Maybe three things for innovators in the room. That one, how do we focus on providing evidence that our business cases really work? How do we inspire confidence to a capital investor who might be in the room, that if he puts his or her money in your business, in your startup, is guaranteed that you'll get back with, of course, some good ROI. Number two, how do we make our business models, or rather, how do we come up with circular business models that are self-sustaining, that is basically asking ourselves, how do we capture value at minimal ecological or environmental cost? I think that is very key. And lastly is, how do we tell our ideas, our solutions to fit smallholder contexts? Because I've seen almost all of you are targeting smallholder farmers. Can we, fit those solutions to them at affordable costs? That will be very, very key also. And lastly, is all of us, I just want to wish you all the best. The fact that you were selected from the 300 down to 25 just shows you the much potential that you have. And for the 15, you'll be proceeding to the next stage, all the best. But even if you don't make it to the top 15, just know that you still have the much potential and gives you the opportunity to just refine your idea and yeah, move forward. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Glory Nkatha from Syngenta. Excuse me, we transition, but it's quite, anyway, from Sustainable Agriculture Foundation. And my takeout today is I've been so thrilled to be around here and to get to understand and learn all your innovations. And I want to thank you all for sharing your brilliant ideas and innovations. And I hope in future we can also scale up to showing what our, bringing these innovations to the farmer, the grassroots. We, as a Syngenta Foundation, we will help you and bring your innovation to the farmers. And I want to thank you all for being here, and the organizing committee, thank you very much for inviting us. And also the innovators, in as much as you not make it to maybe the 15th, we are all winners. In as much as winning doesn't mean, as you had been told earlier, winning doesn't mean you will not have learned from what you've, the learnings are different in every every sector. And so I wish you all the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Festa Somolo. I'm from the Kenya National Innovation Agency. So basically what we do promote, coordinate, and regulate the national innovation ecosystem. I won't talk so much because my boss was here and he gave you the vision of what we want to achieve in the next 10 years. So in the innovation agenda, to the innovators within the room, I'd like to appreciate the effort that you've put in this challenge, and I'll be able to urge you to humanize your story, because most of the judges here are human, so you never know who you will touch with your story. And thank you for participating, and we are able to appreciate if you can able to host you in the next Kenya Innovation Week. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Federico from the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation. I just wanted to thank you all for all the pitches. They were all very inspiring, insightful, and most of all, encouraging. It's clear that there are a lot of issues out there, but it's also very clear that there are a lot of solutions. And these kind of events allow us to be exposed to both sides. So thank you all. And yeah, keep it up because you're really inspiring us, inspiring all of us. So thank you again.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Beryl. I work with the World Bank. I'm a digital agriculture specialist. I focus largely on innovators, innovations, AgTechs. I look at your innovation, I help you undo it and then repack it. And I support what we call the 1 Million Farmers Platform, if you've heard about it. Since inception in 2019, we look for, actually headhunt for innovations in the ecosystem and plug them to work with the public sector, cutting down farm acquisition cost by 100%, linking you up with the cooperatives and the circles if that's what you're looking for. That's kind of my role. So I'm very excited to listen to all of you and try think what else have you not thought through having come from the bootcamp. My 1 minute feedback for you will be very different. If you're the CEO, I want to ask you to go back to school, go and learn that one thing you didn't learn: sales and marketing, communication, strategy, something that is outside what you do every day so you can run your business better. And don't hold your business. If you're struggling with sales and marketing, hire someone who that is their specialty so you can focus on your innovation. Be smart about how you do this because it's your business. It should be like your baby. You panel beat, you come back. You panel beat, you come back. That way, you will grow your innovation. And I know bottom line, you're all looking for money. Remember what I've said first? Go back to school and learn what you
are not skilled at. It can be financial management, so that when you get that big bucks, you know how best to manage it. I know what we'll first do: buy shoes, buy watches, buy computers. But is that what we wanted the money for? Or did you want it for innovations? Go back to school and learn. Thank you, and congratulations for being here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think first off, as a committee, we've been thrown under the bus by Nekesa and Malvika, having kept everyone in the room, and then right at the very end, you're then kept longer to listen to introductions. My name is Anthony from DOB Equity, and as one of the longer running impact investors, we're excited to be part of this initiative. We're excited about the work being undertaken by the Alliance to transform this interesting sort of scientific innovations into practical applications. I think in terms of feedback, I'll keep it very brief. The first is to the innovators. Important to sort of step back and think critically about what kind of capital is most applicable. You'll see, I think we see lots of decks where it's sort of a spray and pray approach, and everybody's looking for debt, equity, and grants in the same round. I think important to define that and help that inform sort of what kind of investors you'll be targeting. The second as investors is, and that's been alluded to previously already, we're interested in sort of understanding the scalability of the business. And I think as you sort of then refine this, it's helpful to be clear and communicate very, very clearly sort of where your model, where your business is going and what it's going to take to get there. And then I think at a very practical level, I understand that a lot of these are very early stage, a lot of these are very innovative. But high-level indications of the unit economics that then inform investment decisions from our side of the table will be important to see. But thank you once again.
So we have one selection committee who's online. If you can just say a word before we hand over to the closing ceremony.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. So my name is Bruno Tran. I work for AgriTech. I'm normally based in Benin, but at the moment I'm on holiday in very cold Europe, which is why I'm not with you. But it was great to listen to you this morning. At AgriTech, I work within the TAT clearinghouse, and my responsibility is with the e-catalogs. And the e-catalogs are a way of showcasing technologies and innovations to decision makers in governments, in the public sector, or with the private sector. So I have a particular interest in innovations and technologies. Having read a lot about your innovations and having listened to you this morning, I wanted to thank you for all the efforts you put in. It was the level of the communications, of the presentations was very, very good. And I think you have developed your pitches to a stage where they are very impressive. I wanted to echo what I think Beryl said earlier, that there is always a lot that everyone needs to learn. And in your case, you want to promote a startup. You're a new businessman, and I think it is extremely unlikely that you know how to do everything that is needed for that, because so much is needed. So you have to be a little bit humble, and you have to look at what it is that you don't yet know, and either you learn it yourself, or, and that might be quicker and more effective, you just associate yourself with somebody who has the missing skills. And generally speaking, I caricature a little bit, but from all the presentations you gave this morning, I got the feeling that I could create two groups. There is the group of people who come from research, and they are very good at talking about the quality of the science, but they are not so good at offering a credible business model. So that's where you need to work. And then we have the people who do not come from research, and I think it would be useful for you to think in terms of what it is that research can offer. You might remember some of my questions this morning, which were a bit repetitive, in particular for every one of you working with artificial intelligence. I think you need to test your solution. You can't assume that because the AI black box told you this is so, then that's the end of the story. You still need to test it in the real world. And that's where science can help you, because science has got all the procedures, the systems to run a trial and to have a conclusion that will prove that things do work. So that's my concluding remarks personally. That's make sure you understand where you need additional skills and go and get them. And so researchers will be happy to work with you. People working in the business already will be happy to come and train you or collaborate with you to develop your business model. But for your startup, you need all of these skills together. That's it. I wish you a very nice end of the day. Bye-bye, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruno. Now I'll call back the selection committee, including John Piero, just for a quick photo, and then closing ceremony. Then okay, great. Okay, so John Piero will give some few words, and then we can have the selection committee for the photo, and then we'll all come on stage for the photo, for the final. Welcome, John Piero.
Nekesa, and thank you everyone. It's been very inspiring for me to listen to you all. I must admit that there is always something you can actually comment, right? There is always for each one of you there is something we can tell, and I hope in follow-up part of this program we can have a more dedicated analysis of your innovation. But for me, it's been interesting because the boot camp at the end of the day should have been an opportunity for you to connect with all the participants and to connect with partners. And I very much hope you exploit this opportunity because I mean, this was exactly the idea we wanted to offer you. We flew in a lot of people. We have people representing 13 countries, and I very much hope you are walking away with new contacts and new ideas, also for a collaboration. Because one of the things I noticed, first of all, is that across the different innovation that have been presented today, there are potential synergies. Have you also considered to partner? That is something that I hope this space and these 4 days that we created was a good occasion to think at this. Now, we don't know yet who will move on to the next phase. We will probably have probably a few days before we will announce the 15 finalists. But I appreciate your energy, of course, your creativity, dedication, and the participation in the activities. There are teams that have been more active than others. We could see this, and it's a good indication. Solutions are good. Some are more scientifically sound, some others less. Sometimes we have good teams that have been able to build a story around the solutions that can sound very strong, but in terms of the product and business model behind, there's still some work to do. Of course, we are all on this journey, and it's going to take time in order to further develop this solution. So my recommendation for you all is to continue expose yourself to what's out there, okay? Because we tend to think that, okay, we have our best solution. We don't want to look at the other startups or what other potential competitors are doing out there. Instead, this is the biggest mistake ever. So you should always look at what others are doing and see eventually look for the synergies that you can create. Now, another important takeaway message is to work with your clients, with your beneficiaries. Don't always only focus on your product development. Test, discuss with them, just reach out to them. And another and last point is your network. Keep building your network and be patient with your expectation. It's not just about developing a solid product, but also when you go there and when you will be looking for resources to capitalize and to grow, you need to be patient. Don't give away everything when you talk to investors. That's another thing, because you need to become confident about the product and innovation you will be discussing. Now, I want to thank again you and for your participation. Make use of the opportunity that we're going to have now with the networking lunch. I want to thank again all our partners and especially our donor, the Minister of International Relations, and the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation. And I would like to thank also Kenya for hosting us, and Africa, because everything we do is also can be expanded and also can be of the interest of other organizations operating in other countries. With this, I think I would like to invite you all on stage. We can all take a picture, before you go back. Nekesa, you can give me a gift afterwards. That's totally fine. I think we should thank the team that has been working behind all this, with Nekesa, Malvika, we have Taya, who is not here, is in New Jersey, and we have Hannah Sanchez, who is part of my team. We have Claudia Zachary, we have Camille. So there are many people behind the organization of this type of events. Of course, they are not all here, but this is important. We acknowledge their support as well. So, this is a gift for you, Nekesa and the team.
The selection committee is taking their photo. We'll be guided where we're going to take our lunch after our group photo. And then for all those who have flights that are from 5 p.m., please make sure you pick your luggage. I'll guide you where to take your luggage, where you left it. Somebody will be there to open for you the door. So just make sure you don't, you keep time. If your flight is leaving at 5, especially. Yeah, so we can see each other over lunch after the photo. We'll be guided. Thank you.
Come on now. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Desperately calling. Give me more. Give me more. Come on now. And give me more love. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Oh, I see. God say there is no God. Oh, how good it is to know the Almighty Lord. Come on now. I know love conquers all. You're living in a hate. I said you're riding for a fall. Come on now. A full time now we stop killing one and all. Every day some burden. A full time now we learn to live together. Lego racism. A full time now we all recognize we're just shades and colors. Some from east and some from west.
Let's